Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Secondary stories today are hundreds of pounds of TNT were used to damage the Nord Stream pipelines, says Sweden and Denmark, when they tell the UN. The door to remove Judge Eileen Cannon from the Trump case is now wide open, says prosecutor. Featured stories today: the black and white of organ transplants, equity in the gift of life, which of course means denying life to white people. New Center for Justice and Equity targets systemic racism in New Hampshire and their healthcare system as well. Go Free lesson of the day is we are a movement of redemption. What exactly does that mean? You want to be able to communicate that to everybody you speak with about the Go Free method. From the glossary, white flight. Is it just moving to a new neighborhood, or is it much, much more? The MP, we are a nation of immigrants. How do you respond to that? We'll tell you our suggestion in the form of an MC. Your comments, questions, and calls. And then there's this. I was driving down the road the other day, and I picked up a hitchhiker, if you can believe it or not. After he settled in, he said to me, "Don't you think it's dangerous to pick up hitchhikers? What if I were a serial killer?" I thought about it for a moment, and then I slowly looked over at him, and I said, the odds are extremely slim that in one pickup truck, there would be 2 serial killers.
Jason, it's Kurt Angle, Olympic gold medalist and WWE Hall of Famer. I want to congratulate you guys on your hard work. Franklin, number 9, and Jason Kuna, number 5, playing for Western Kind High School. Treating mem pathogens, using the proper lexicon, supporting the team's well-being. You're having success after success. And a special thank you to our buddy Clips. You inspire us, and all the jealous me-nots need to stay out of the way. It isn't just one practice, it's a lifelong commitment. Shout out to Rich and Elaine Sabatino, who helped make all this possible. I want you all to know that you should never give up. Let's keep going free. Congrats, guys. Oh, it's true. It's damn true.
All right. It is 5 p.m. or just thereafter in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where they are probably planning some revenge against these United States. Of course, that's if the United States had anything to do with it, which of course they didn't, since I'm sure they're watching right now and most upset about those who are saying that they did, even though the president said that's what they were going to do. And Victoria Nuland at the State Department said that's what they were going to do. But nevertheless, we are here. You may financially gift over the course of this stream by heading on over to Entropy at a cost of 15% to you, by heading over to Odyssey at a cost of 15% to you, or by heading over to Cash App at no cost to you. The links for all of those are in the description below. Please financially gift if you feel so moved to do so. You can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. You can head on over to Cash App to do that with the ones that they are available to process, or you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the wallets there we use. You will also see a snail mail address that you can reach me out. Don't be afraid to participate. But it is, of course, the first gathering, going for a gathering of the month. So we're going to head on over to celebrate all of those on the All-Star and Honors Roll Call. Let's get a big 07s and raucous emojis and celebrations for Franklin, who paid for that to be done. What you just saw with Kurt Angle, that was hilarious. I laughed my ass off for about an hour straight over that. Thank you so much, Franklin. What a champ. Number 9, Franklin out on the field. And number 5, what was that? Was I number 5? That's awesome. Western Kind High. Don't you wish we could all send our kids there? And don't you wish we could have gone to Western Kind High? And Dean Danger would be working there and running things, and therefore it would be pristine as far as the eye can see. We're going to start off with the very top of the honors roll call today, and that is Promethean Healing. Thank you so much, brother. And in the All-Stars segment as well, we have right up there at the top, Final Blossom. And Joseph is there. So is Child of Lindbergh. And No White Guilt Clips is also over there in the All-Stars segment of the honors roll call. And let's see if we have any others. And looks like we're going to get into the honors, the regular proper honors roll call. And that is, and please, 07s raucous emojis, cheers and celebratory adulation for these folks, plaudits, every one of them, from the biggest all-star all the way down through the honors roll call list. These are people who financially gift automatically every month without having to think about it. And even though you might say to yourself, well, I'm financially gifting every single show, we celebrate you every time you financially gift. Today, we celebrate the folks who are financially gifting once a month without thinking about it. And we're going to get right into the rest of the honors roll call proper, beginning with a wonderful lady who is back. Dainty Brighton. God bless you, sister. Wonderful to see you on the honors roll call. Starshine Girl. User 15BB. User 5E. User CB. Gex as well. Maverint. Zenazak. Mr. Walker. Greg is over there. Reno White Wolf is over there. User 42. Another Greg, this Greg A. Rolling right along. Connor is over there, and so's Mark and James and All-Star, as well as Ben Carey. Wingit is over there. Save Western Civilization Now is over there. And let's see. King Petrus is there. So is Barad C. We already mentioned you, Joseph. Let's see. Who else is there? We have JP, Happy Cat, Michigan Wave, and proceeding, we have William H. is over there. W. Maximilian is there as well. So is Wayne. JK is with us over there in the All-Star or the honors roll call. WK Hendrickson and Scott M. all in the honors roll call. From the top of the All-Stars to the honors roll call proper, we give you all a big salute. God bless every single one of you. Consider, folks, becoming a member of the honors roll call, maybe even an all-star member. And we do so appreciate everyone. Wonderful to see everybody here today while we are going free. We're going to jump right into our first story. If you have any comments, questions, or disagreements you want to make with yours truly, please do so respectfully. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt over the course of this stream. I will speak to those things. If you are new and you would like to learn, just ask the folks in this community. They love to help new folks come into the practice of the Go Free method, to learn exactly how this works, what this is, how this is different from what we have done before. You can ask your questions, make your comments in any of the live chats. You can also head on over to Entropy, and there's a tall Kevin widget over there, question widget. You can plant your question or comment there. It won't disappear unless you or I delete it. You don't have to worry about things scrolling off. And TJ is here, says, listen to this man. And Joel is here, says he's 5'9", 165 pounds, fit and healthy American. Amen to you. Azimuth Clark, can we get the members feature here on YouTube? Will the anti-whites allow it? I'm afraid not, my friend. They took it away. They gave it just to the totality of YouTube years ago. And then when they figured out that people who object to the victimization of Western kind, white people who are not anti-white enough, were able to use that feature, they immediately censored it from our use. Fit and healthy at any age. Great to see you, brother. Kingdom of England is here. Elaine Sabatino. But this, hundreds of pounds of TNT were used to damage the Nord Stream pipelines. Sweden and Denmark tell the UN. and ecological catastrophe, the releasing of all this, what was it, natural gas into the atmosphere, the damage yet to be fully understood, and who, of course, would be behind that, but the same people who want to prevent you from driving a car with a real engine in it, an American beast of an automobile, that when it rumbles, the windows in your home shake. The same kind of people that don't want you taking a hot shower every day, want you living in 50-degree weather in the winter and 100-degree weather in the summer. No problem blowing up pipelines and destroying the atmosphere. Leaks in Nord Stream pipelines were caused by hundreds of pounds of explosives, the UN heard. Denmark and Sweden told the Security Council that TNT was used deliberately to damage the pipelines. More countries have said sabotage was to blame, but Russia suggested the U.S. was responsible. Well, that would still be sabotage. And let's see what they say here. Leaks that have badly damaged the Nord Stream natural gas pipelines were caused by hundreds of pounds of TNT, Denmark and Sweden said in a joint report to the United Nations. How dare they? Now, you all may or may not know, but many months back, there were Victoria Nuland over the, Department of Defense, and Biden, the senescent fool, the corpse in chief over there at the White House, specifically said, and he was like in a Q&A section with the media, he said that they would, if Russia invades Ukraine, they would end, I think that was the verbiage he used. You'll have to go check it out, that they would end the pipeline or put a stop to the pipeline or something like this. And a reporter said, what do you mean you'll end it? What does that mean? And he said, oh yeah, we can end it. I mean, just like that's like the face he makes when he molests children. If you go back and watch that clip, and now they're going to pretend like they didn't have something to do with it. They had everything. I mean, of course, we can't say what's fact or not here. I don't know. I wasn't in the American nuclear submarine that took it out. But we can say that from a casual observation of what's going on in the world, the pipeline was Russia's leverage over the European population, and to force their politicians, to scare their politicians, to scare their anti-white oligarchs at the top of those countries to submit to the will of Russia, which would put an end, in my opinion, to the war in Ukraine, because it is with their help that the United States and UK are able to continue to finance and to effectively wage war against the second largest nuclear power in the world. And this is my opinion. Of course, I'm opinionating here. And the European population, looking at burning wood chips, burning trash in Poland and places on Eastern Europe in order to stay warm. Germany turning off stoplights in the cities, some cities at night, because they don't have the energy to run those things anymore. Civilization absolutely going into the trash heap as they're busy burning the trash in Poland to try to stay warm, because this has to be waged against Russia. The United States is supplying weapons, money, and most importantly, intelligence to continue to wage this proxy war against Russia, the second largest nuclear power in the world, which could obliterate planet Earth if it wanted to. Obliterate planet Earth. This leverage that Russia was exerting, dialing back the natural gas, was forcing the hand of the European populations. And of course, it makes sense that the United States, not for the good of the American people, not for the good of Western kind around the world, but for the good of anti-white oligarchs, it looks like in their best interest, it would be to take out these pipelines and therefore put an end to the leverage that Russia exercised over the European population. Now there's no question that they're not going to be able to get the energy that they desperately need. Our brothers and sisters being made to suffer across Europe, many of whom will die from lack of nutrition and lack of heat over the course of the winter. It is the cold that kills more people than anybody cares to ever mention. That's what's going to be happening in Europe as a consequence of this act against these Nord Stream pipelines. The country cited The latest development in a joint report to the UN Security Council on Friday, adding the explosions were a deliberate act. Denmark's TV2 first reported the pipelines have carry natural gas from Russia to Europe began leaking on Monday. There were three. I think, what are they? A prime minister? What's the position in Denmark that spoke the day after? They said there were three enormous explosions that could not have come from nature, began to leak. I would call that a leak. Began leaking on Monday, with the Swedish Coast Guard saying there were two leaks in the Swedish economic zone and another two leaks in the Danish zone. Methane appears to be leaking from the pipelines, with Sweden and Denmark now suggesting they were caused by massive explosions. The magnitude of explosion was measured at 2.3 to 2.1 on the Richter scale, respectively, probably corresponding to an explosive load of several hundred kilos. So whoever this was, United States, whoever this was who blew these things up, didn't just like blow a crack in it. They just obliterated whole stretches, it sounds like, of the pipeline. And of course, you would see the gas coming out of the side that it was being pumped from. That's where it would just continue to pour until they had shut it down. And then hours and hours later, the rest of it came out. How do you expect Russia to respond to this? I don't want to be in a war any longer with Russia. I don't want the United States. I am a citizen of this country. My family have been here for generation upon generation upon generation. I am sick of this shit. I don't give a shit what they want in Ukraine. I don't want any of it. And the American people don't want any of it. And I don't want to start it off this when this war began, saying don't want any white lives to be lost between Russia and Ukraine. Not a single one. And we still today want this war to end immediately because of the lives lost. I sympathize with Ukraine losing territory. I'm a proud Southerner. We happen to have lost a lot of it. I can sympathize with that. But the war has to come to an end, and it is only being perpetuated by the strength of anti-white oligarchs who continue to fund and fuel and blow up this war every single way possible. With how many tax dollars have already been sent over there? In billions and billions and billions of dollars. Republicans and Democrats voting on it. What is happening in the United States right now with our currency? How much stronger would this currency be if billions upon billions upon billions of dollars? Those are the dollars we know about, folks. What about all the dollars we don't know about? Your life, you are being impoverished. You are being put into the poorhouse right now. Well, because all of this has got to be shifted over to Ukraine to wage this war against the anti-white oligarchs in that country. You got anti-white oligarchs on both sides fighting it out with white people. When are white people going to say, here's the finger to both of you? When are white people going to say, enough is enough, we're getting rid of all of you? When are white people going to put their foot down? I'm sick and tired of this. Russia, this is an act, in case you don't know, Russia's like one of its primary incomes is energy. It's energy. So to take out its ability to sell energy is an act of war bigger than September 11, bigger than Pearl Harbor, bigger than both of those things put together. When their entire economy relies so much on selling energy, you take that out, it's far bigger than both of those acts of terrorism. And not only that, it's not just about the economy getting funded by selling its energy, but it was also its leverage to put an end to the war. Now you have 300,000 more people called up in Russia so that instead of waging a police action, which, by the way, did anybody tell you that? Let's think back. You had folks at the very beginning of this, and I didn't even want to spend this much time on this bottom of the hour. You had folks at the very beginning of this telling you that it was all out war and everything, that Russia was sending everything. And I said, based on the kind of comments that are coming out, we don't have to understand exactly how Russia goes from A to B to C when it comes to financing and justifying all out warfare. And I said, This is probably what the United States would call a police action. Russia is far deeper militarily and population-wise than what we are seeing in Ukraine. And still, as a police action, the war could have been over in 2 months if it hadn't have been for the United States. Ukraine, you know what Ukraine has? A lot of white people to get dead. That's as much as the anti-whites care about Ukraine. It's got a lot of white people to get dead. You know what I'd rather have for those white people? I'd rather have them producing families and making wonderful memories and taking charge of their country, taking it away from the anti-whites that are motivated and pushing from the UK and US and Europe, etc. I'd rather have them doing that. But oh no, you have all of these people that are more than happy to send shit tons of our dollars while we're impoverished in this country, eggs up triple-digit percentage points, price-wise, folks, the things you need, the staples you need, double and triple-digit increases in prices so that Ukraine white men can be out there dying in the battlefields with Russian white men. And now, of course, you see Russia says, all right, another 300,000 will be called up. And we're just occupy everything we've already taken with those. And then they have, I know they were bragging a little bit about 25, 30 million, but they legitimately have 20 million more people that they could militarize in Russia at a moment's notice. Is that where you want to be? Is that where you want to go when it comes to your life and what we're doing in service to white well-being? If you're even just white sympathetic, is that where you want to be? Do you want to be in an environment where we are at war with the second largest nuclear power in the world? We already are. It's just make it even more open. And that has 20 million people that they can put into service. That makes a lot of sense. And these anti-white POSs in charge of the United States in a totally connected story here to make sure that a guy who would immediately put an end to the conflict in Ukraine would immediately say, okay, you've had these 4 states that you've annexed now. They voted to be a part of Russia. That'll be the end of it. We'll stop financing the war. You can't go any deeper into Ukraine than you already have. The man, Donald Trump, who would come in there and do that, the anti-whites aren't going to allow that to happen. The door to remove Judge Eileen Cannon from the Trump case is now wide open, says the former prosecutor. Now, this is a woman, this is a judge who has simply ruled according to the law when it comes to Donald Trump and the raid on his home, which is probably illegal, but you can't say that on a platform like YouTube because anti-whites run this shit. In fact, you can't really say that anywhere because you go to any of the other platforms and you find when they don't outright censor you and cut your tongue out and knock your teeth out and delete your videos from there, well, you just don't get seen on those platforms. It's funny how all of these cages that they let us into with these Judas goats, they let us into these different cages, that now there's censorship even there. In a column for Slate, former prosecutor, federal prosecutor, Robert Katzberg made the case that U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon continued interference in the work being done by Special Master Raymond Deary in the matter of government documents stolen by Donald Trump, could lead to the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals stepping in and taking the case from her. This is how the anti-whites operate. We've been talking about this for year after year after year after year. And so if you're new here, you don't have to go anywhere else. You have found the place where the answers lie. You have found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Not their rainbow, but ours. They don't get what they want out of a judge. Okay, judge fired. Okay, judge shifted somewhere else. Okay, judge taken off this case. It is pure anarchy for the benefit of anti-whites in the United States. You think, and everybody out there, we've got to get to them, all these wonderful rank and file MAGA people, conservative people, nationalist people, etc. You think you're about to stop America from falling? You weren't born in America, honey. You never knew America. Neither did your parents or grandparents. They ain't been in America for a long time. We have to go about this very differently. You're not going to come up with the right answers when you're asking the wrong questions. Earlier in the week, the Trump-appointed canon gave Donald Trump's legal team an assist by ruling that they did not need to comply with an order from Deary and reply in a filing whether they believe the FBI agents lied about documents recovered at the former president's Mar-a-Lago resort almost 2 months ago. As Katzberg sees it, the Department of Justice could appeal, which they did late Friday, and that they may have a compelling case to ask for Cannon's removal. Although, why don't they just forget about all the theater for us? I wish they would. Just go do what you all want to do. Show up at her house, terrorize her and her family, or whatever it might be. Send the criminal-ass FBI in there to kick the doors in and put guns in their faces like they did that father who stopped some baby-killing monster from shoving his son, and the state and the county and all said no crime was committed, and now Biden's team sent in the FBI. They're going to file charges, and they send the FBI 30 agents to the house, guns drawn, shields up. That's what they want to do. And yet we got a population of people, we got a population across the West that want girls to be in charge. Girls. They're sending jackbooted thugs to put that boot on your throat with an MP5 right here on your fucking forehead. And you want to put a girl in charge? It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. The population keeps doing this shit. And it says, although such moves rarely occur, of course they rarely occur because it takes hardcore tyranny. Quote, given the extreme, and listen to this, given the extreme and one-sided rulings Cannon has already made, do you already see the error in logic, the error in law? There isn't such a thing as unfair one-sided rulings. That is political speak. In law, it's what does the law say? You have the facts, you apply the law. It could be 100% in one person's favor all of the time, and that is good. That is right, because that's the law, if that's what's happening. But that's not what an anti-white says. No. An anti-white says, oh, we got to view it as we want to victimize the shit out of you. And so the alternative that you can have some of the time is the victimization of Western kind can be a little bit mitigated. But then you got to make it fair and let us victimize you as much as we want. Given the extreme and one-sided rulings Cannon has already made, DOJ need not fear making her more hostile than she has already shown herself to be. So the door to aggressive counter moves is wide open. I can guarantee you that no conservative or Republican or nationalistic or whatever judge, they're all weak. They're all weak-willed. They are going to rule according to the letter of the law. They will not make law at the bench, as the anti-whites do all the time. They simply will not. One such choice would be to file a motion to remove Cannon from the matter entirely, arguing that her opinions have demonstrated a level of bias that cannot be tolerated, and further that her continued oversight of the matter is a threat to national security. A threat to national security. So now do you see how the two stories tie in? If Donald Trump is able to run for president and win, the conflict that they are willing to bankrupt America, to force the European population into starvation and frozen hard corpse death, that conflict might have to end. And so you see now, they're not offering specific examples of the bias. They're not saying, look how in law, we'll break this down entirely, how in law and all of these other ways in a way that's not just baffle-gabbing you with a bunch of legal jargon, which is what they do all the time on anti-white news reports, whether it's in papers or television. No, all law can be broken down for everyone to be able to understand. They don't do that for you, because they know that she's not being biased. They know. They just want to say, no, she's unfair on the bench. And therefore, it's a matter. The matter is a threat to national security. That's how the two stories tie in, folks. You're welcome. Let's get over here quickly to the stories that are our featured stories today. The black and white of organ transplants, equity in the gift of life. Can you believe the title of this garbage? Equity in the gift of life. And what they're talking about here, organ transplants, which, by the way, some people know this, especially if you are like a big fan of the doom documenting and you think that bringing a bunch of stats to a conversation, to an attempt to win somebody over to white well-being or white sympathy of some way, you might know that non-white people, so check this out for yourselves. I might be recalling this wrong. I'm a human being, I'm fallible. Non-white people do very little donating of organs and blood. And white people do a lot of donating organs and blood, a lot of it. And that specifically, it might be, and again, I might be wrong, check it out for yourself, that black people donate fewer organs than any other race of people. So, but here they're talking about, that doesn't matter. What matters is that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. That is equity in healthcare. Remember what equity is. And when you have your conversations, and that's what this is all about. That's why you're listening to me, not just to see how mad some guy can get in a very stylish shirt and tie and be handsome as all hell while doing it. No, the reason, well, some of you might be watching for that reason, but others are watching because you want to take this information to your friends, family, and strangers, and you want to have it out and you want to win. You want to win for white well-being, because this is where the battle is fought today. The symbolic victories over anti-whiteism are infinitely more than any physical victory that even in your wildest wet dreams you could imagine, punks. That's why you're here. What is equity in education? Equity in education is everybody has the same grade until it's whites having lower grades than non-whites, because non-whites started off in a weaker position, right? What's equity in punishment? Equity in punishment means that at schools, and this percolating through the legal system as well, what does it mean? It means that punishments that would be given to non-white people who deserve to be punished for some sort of bad behavior or criminal act can't be given punishment, because it would set them ahead of a commensurate state with the white population. And white people, white offenders, white students, whites who may have broken a small law are now going to be held guilty of larger laws with greater penalties. White students who would not be punished, or any students who would not be punished for a particular maybe off-color comment or something that otherwise you would not get in trouble for, have to be punished so that they can elevate the victimization of white students so that they can achieve some sort of commensurate level. So what's the outcome of that? The outcome of that is white people are getting harmed. Their grades are brought down in school. White people are being victimized by the law at a much greater rate than is deserved per their behavior, per their acts. Non-white people, on the other hand, the opposite is happening. Grades elevated, punishments decreased, irrespective of bad behavior, irrespective, etc. So you can see equity then is this anti-white concept. It is a meme pathogen. And when they apply it to healthcare, we've talked about this before. We've tried to raise the alarms about this. When they insert it, and they have inserted, it's been going on for years. By the way, and I'm going to always say this so that, because nobody else is going to say, except for folks in this lovely people in this community, you're going to say, not going to be said elsewhere by all the me-nots out there, midget sticks, that we were talking about this happening in healthcare before it started happening in healthcare. We were saying it's coming. Then as soon as it was happening, we were talking about it. So what does it mean? It means that white people, specifically in this case, who need organ transplants are not going to get them. Your white mother who needs that organ transplant to live, who's never broken the law, who has been a blessed soul all her life, who's been a blessed soul all her life, who's given to charity, who has raised a beautiful family, who has paid her taxes, who has, etc. That woman not going to get the organ transplant because of her biospirit. Now, elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere, they're white negative, and they would just be complaining about a non-white person getting an organ transplant. I want everybody who has been a good person and in their lives and would deserve a miracle, a white man's miracle, by the way, not coming from Jesus Christ. It's not for all of these so-called Christian nationalists who are not actually Christian nationalists at all when you look at the outcomes of the things that they advocate for. This is a white man's miracle, and contributions from other races as well, and we applaud all contributions. I want everybody who's been a good person, irrespective of their race, to be able to receive the white man's miracle and receive an organ that they might need to be able to live more of their life and make wonderful memories. So we are not white negative. We are not going to complain about black people or Asian people or Jewish people or Hispanic, whatever it might be, or Arab people getting organs. We are white positive. We are going to complain about our white mothers, our white fathers, our white daughters, our white sons, our white cousins, our white co-workers that we love dearly, our white friends not getting the organs that they need, not getting the medicines that they need. Based on what? Based on their biospirit. That's what we're going to do. And if need be, the day will come when drastic measures have to take place, and there will be desperate people, and when desperate people are coming to come into an age with where there's a need for drastic measures, things begin happening. You have to have the moral high ground, and that is what the Go Free method is. That is where your heart is, ladies and gentlemen. The black and white of organ transplants, equity in the gift of life, except for white people. Equity in the gift of life. Just feel how demonic that is. They have no problem celebrating your death. No problem celebrating a death of your loved one and referring to it as equity. The push for health equity in the U.S. must encompass and confront the disparities within our system of organ transplantation. As much as COVID-19 has exacerbated longstanding health disparities in America, it's always just the disparities. It doesn't matter. Thank God all black people aren't shorter than us. Thank God. Because if they were shorter than us, these anti-whites would cut our fucking legs off. And they would. As much as COVID-19 has exacerbated longstanding health disparities in America, blacks have had a 70% greater chance of death due to COVID-19 than whites. And don't do this. Don't do the conservative thing and say, well, then let's go research what their lifestyle is like and then just talk about that all day long. And let's talk about how we can help them eat less pig's feet and chitlins and whatever else that's contributing for the ones who were dying of COVID-19, whatever else is contributing to the morbid obesity that caused them to die, whatever other fattening things they're eating. Let's educate them. It's not only shocking inequity in American healthcare. Tragically, the effort to save lives through organ transplantation is marred by a deep chasm separating the treatment of blacks from whites. Black Americans die every day waiting for an organ, because so do white Americans. Because the transplantation system in America is weighted heavily against them. Horse shit. Every decision in America that a white person makes is made by a terrified white person that they're going to be socially lynched, that they're going to be hauled before some anti-white tribunal and have to answer for the fact that they weren't anti-white enough in that particular instance. So horse shit, anything's weighted against anybody on the basis of some sort of discriminatory sentiment by a white person. But it doesn't matter, you see, because even if the reason why blacks aren't getting organs, and I think it says in this article, even if blacks aren't getting organ transplants because race is real and there are racial differences that are far different than skin deep, and since blacks aren't donating very many organs, blacks aren't getting them, anti-whites have no problem still saying that it's your fault, white person. You have to make amends. And then a large, giant percentage of the white population, white females out there, and a smaller percentage of the white males out there will begin saying, oh, how can we appease them? How can we, yes, let's let some more white people die. I got some appeasement for you right here. Weighted heavily against the blacks. Black persons are significantly less likely than whites to receive life-saving kidney transplants, even though they are more than 2.5 times more likely than whites to develop end-stage kidney failure. Well, race is real. Biospirits are real. There are genetic differences. But anti-whites have no problem talking about the genetic differences when it's to the detriment of white people. When they want to talk about genetic differences in, say, black 100-meter dash athletes, we got no problem saying, well, it's the DNA, you know, no problem there. But when it comes to this, of course they're not going to say that. It's about victimizing whitey. Thank God that blacks don't live only 20 years. Because if genetically blacks died at 20 years of age, old age for them is 20 years, then all white people would have to be killed at 19. That's equity in lifespan. And you want to bet that that's not going to come up in the future? You want to bet that we don't find an article with anti-whites saying, you know what, white people are living on average a little bit longer than everybody else. Therefore, equity. Steps have to be taken. One place on the waiting list for kidney transplant, white patients have had a shorter wait. One place, white candidates have a shorter wait. The number of organ transplants performed on blacks in 2020 was just 28%. 28%. While waiting recently for a transplant. In contrast, the number of transplants performed on whites accounted for nearly 48%. Now, this, of course, could be lying with the numbers. Anti-whites do this all the time, where they conceal the total number being treated with percentages. So you have how many white people on the list and how many black people on the list. Don't give me the percentage of the overall list. 28% of blacks may be 20 times the rate that whites get it. You see how they lie? Everyone deserves an equal chance at life, at living a full life, to achieve the most basic measure of fairness. Of fairness, you got to be fair. You got to be fair. Die, white person. You got to be fair. You remember Oprah Winfrey? There's a whole group of them that just have to die. Whole group. She's probably eating white people. Look at how fat she's gotten over the years. She's fat and then she's thinner. It's like this smorgasbord of eating white people and cocaine, slimming her back down. The number of organ transplants performed on black. Everyone deserves an equal chance of living a full life. To achieve the most basic measure of fairness, there must be reforms to the organ transplantation process. This should be a core element of the push of health equity in the United States, which already is growing as a result of the COVID-19 heavy toll on the black community. Oh my God. The frontliners, folks. They're in the front line. They're doing it for you. They're doing it for you. They're getting out there on the front line. They're using their bodies as shields against the COVID-19. Meanwhile, how many legislators have kicked the bucket? Many of them are old as all hell. And you'd have thought we'd have had a massive die-off as COVID swept through Washington. Organ procurement organizations, which manage the clinical and logistical work involved in decreased organ donors giving the gift of life, have a reputation of not working as effectively on behalf of Black patients as whites. Because, they get together. Every time you walk in on one of these, what are they called here? The organ procurement organization. Every time I watch one of those exposés on the organ procurement organizations, every time they bust in the room, all of them are in Klan outfits. You just knew it. You knew it. As the new leader of the OPO, of the New York metropolitan area, live on NY, and as one of the very few minority CEOs in the industry, I implore so you mean you're getting paid by tax dollars? Okay. I implore all organ procurement organizations across the nation to prioritize health equity as we are in New York. We're leading the way in New York. If you can make it there, you're going to be non-white, because if you're white, they might kill you. We're more than 65%. Oh, get this. I implore all organ procurement organizations across the nation to prioritize health equity as we are in New York, where more than 65% of our transplant recipients last year were non-white. I want somebody right now in the live chat to write into the live chat the white population of the state of New York. What percentage is the white population? We might have evidence on our hands right now that they have murdered white people for equity, health equity. What percentage is the white population in the state of New York? While somebody's doing that, we'll jump over quickly to this one from the Concord Monitor. That's not a giant lizard that can fly at supersonic speeds through the sky. The Concord Monitor. New Center for Justice and Equity targets systemic racism. Never use this word. Everybody trying to get you to use this word hates the white race. Everybody trying to get you to use the concept racism wants the victimization of Western kind to continue. They want that tool to remain in place. They're desperate to keep it in place so that they can wield it against white people in the future, because they know how weak it's become. Kill the concept racism. Never use it. Ever use it. A newly formed nonprofit, which means giant tax dollars going from these quasi-governmental agencies into this nonprofit, in my opinion. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says 44%. Southern Blooms says 61%, according to the Census Bureau. Cool Papa Jack says, you're cracking me up today, man. Good, I'm glad. Others are saying 61%, 62%. We have 52%, 62%. All right. So it looks like we are averaging out there in the 50s of percentages. Fit and Healthy saying it might be New York City is his number he just came up with. Okay, so we're talking about New York. So we could be talking here about the numbers that we're given here. Upper 50s to lower 60% is white. Upper 50s to lower 60% of New York State is white people. They're bragging here in this article about murdering white people through health equity. I'll read it again. I implore all organ procurement organizations across the nation to prioritize health equity as we are in New York, where more than 65% of our transplant recipients last year were non-white patients. That's murder. That means white people have been murdered by the state because Their biospirit is of the West. That's in New York today. It'll be in your state tomorrow. There's only one remedy to this. It's the Go Free method. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is appropriately tightening its monitoring of the OPOs to meet new and improved benchmark standards for organ transplants. Health equity should specifically and explicitly be added to those efforts. So they are moving at the federal level to make what's happened in New York and getting better according to the anti-whites, to make that happen everywhere, to implement that everywhere. Everyone should be talking about this. This is going to come down to blood transfusions. You are going to be in an auto accident, or a loved one in an auto accident. They're going to need a blood transfusion. They're going to get to the hospital and they're going to have blood, but they're not going to give it to them and they're going to die. This is my prediction for the future, my opinion, because health equity, because anti-whiteism. Too many white people have already been given blood. We don't have an infinite supply of blood. People are coming from communities where they need more blood transfusions, where they live sicker and more violent lives. And therefore, they need more treatment. They need more medicine. They need more blood. So we're going to hold on to this blood, just like New York held on to those organs when those white people needed them. And they said, no, you are white. This is, by the way, conservatives out there, rank and file good people, don't listen to your cuck leaders anymore. This is not about discrimination based on race, and you don't want the black race to be discriminated against, and so therefore you don't want this either. Fuck that shit. You can hold that opinion and it be true, as I hold the opinion that I don't want anybody to be discriminated against. And at the same time, you need to reach down, you need to grab a pear and stand up like a man and say, enough is enough. This is about my race. This is about my country. This is about our health. We're putting an end to you being in charge. Responsibility also lies within our communities of color, which donate organs at a lower rate than whites. So they do admit it. Since organ compatibility is often tied to racial background. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Organ compatibility is often tied to racial background, which, by the way, also raises that menace of the inability to provide organs for biracial children. You can look into that, see if that's true or not. I'm not sure. I'm not a biologist, as the judge said, who will be a Supreme Court justice. Not a biologist. But for some reason, in medicine, when it comes to organs, you have to have something called racial compatibility. They need to be of the same race. But I thought it was a construct. But I thought it wasn't real. So you mean you can't, if a black rapper gets, he drinks rots his liver away, shouldn't a white rapper be able to provide an organ? Give him his organ when he dies? Because weren't they both rappers? Weren't they both into the same thing? Didn't they drink the same 40s? Didn't they do their hair the same way? Didn't they dress the same way? Oh, you mean those folks, those white sympathetic folks, they were the ones. Science was actually right. Says here, this places black patients in need of a transplant at a disadvantage. Well, I would think so. If you're black and you need a transplant from a black person and black people aren't giving them, I would say that places you at a disadvantage. But in New York, they'll kill white people for you. At least you'll have that. Even as blacks comprise about 28% of candidates waiting for an organ transplant, just 13% of organ donors in 2020 were black. Well. And I've seen numbers lower than that. So they're probably padding that. But check it out for yourself. Just 13%. So they are overrepresented in need, underrepresented in providing for society and providing for the need that everyone has. And so the remedy to this, called equity, the concept, the anti-white meme pathogen called equity, is to murder white people to make amends. God damn. I mean, sometimes shit pisses me off because some of you all might not be able to get. I know some folks out there just don't get. Like, God, he gets mad because I can see and feel the white families that are being ruined. And if you can't, that's okay. There are a lot of things that, I can't do that you could probably do. But don't look at me and say, wow, he's a little bit too passionate. He's a little bit too fired up. Newly formed nonprofit, and we're going to go to a break here in just a moment. We're going to come back. It's going to be a lot of interaction with you all. Don't go anywhere. I'll reach through the monitor and I will yank you back and put you in your seat. A newly formed nonprofit, the NH Center for Justice and Equity, will be focusing on advancing issues of racial, economic justice, and health equity in New Hampshire, its organization says. Ties in beautifully, doesn't it? The center, they say, will also seek to foster a greater dialogue among Granite Staters, including those in leadership positions, to find actionable solutions to systemic racism. Systemic, you would keep that word racism alive? That will better reflect New Hampshire's realities and values. They already have an answer. It's in New York. Murder the white people. Here again, we see these endless articles. Everybody telling you to take back, to take back. You never owned, you never controlled the concept racist or racism. It has laid waste to Western civilization when no other outside clan or invader could. Anybody advocating using that, anybody saying take it back is a dipshit, is a midget stick, is a fool, or is an enemy of our people, a victimizer who wants the victimization to continue. Know that every time you get into a conversation with somebody over this. Do not use this concept at all. And do not ever use the Frankensteinian monstrosity of anti-white racism. You end up empowering the word racism again. People are so dumb in the white sympathetic sphere. Explicit and implicit, even the explicit white sympathetics. You see it in the implicit white sympathetic people, but even in the explicit, they're like, well, we could just use this word. If you can, you dumb, I swear to God, I'm so sick of this shit. Anthony Poore, a former executive director of New Hampshire Humanities, is president and CEO of a new organization, said, we envision a New Hampshire that offers fair opportunities for all Granite Staters, fair opportunities. You need blood, but your white race has already had too much blood. Regardless of your age, gender, or who you love, where you grew up, or the language of origin you speak, as long as it destroys Western civilization, we love it. I want you all, I'm going to end on that one there. This is something you have to understand. In South Africa, there was a concept that was used, a meme pathogen, called the paradox, what is it now? The paradox of tolerance. And they say in the paradox of tolerance, you have to be intolerant of certain things, certain ideas, certain people, to have tolerance, to have a tolerant society. And I watched as our so-called best intellectuals floundered on that rock and did nothing. Floundered on that rock, had no retort to that until I provided one. It is a fallacy. It is the paradox of tolerance fallacy, because what you deem is tolerable or intolerable is what then can be intolerated and tolerated. So you are intolerant of that which is harmful to Western kind. You are intolerant of all ideas and concepts that destroy Western standards, Western norms, Our society, Western civilization, is the tolerant one. Anti-white society is a corrosive acid that welcomes and tolerates, and not just tolerates, but embraces everything that erodes, everything that destroys Western civilization, every idea, every recognition. If there were people out there who would think themselves pine trees, and therefore pine trees replacing a Western norm destroys Western civilization, they would demand that you embrace the tolerant emotion and lifestyle of living as a pine tree. It's all about what victimizes us. It's all about what ruins our societies. It's all about what destroys and white erases Western norms. It's time to go free. Do it now, because you might not get that blood transfusion in the future.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Anti-white discrimination has now become blatant in the medical field. Potentially life-saving treatments are being denied to white people by the Texas Department of Health and Human Services. Monoclonal antibodies are a life-saving treatment for those affected by COVID-19. Yet they are being denied to patients on the basis of their race. One patient filmed his interaction with a nurse, and that video has since made its rounds on the internet.
So I'm not gonna be able to get it today because I don't qualify.
Yep.
What if I like smoke and vape? I heard that was no. Okay. But if I were black and Hispanic,
Right.
then I'd be able to qualify. Okay. I'm being denied medical service because of my race. Is that?
That's the criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I do, I go around and make sure everyone meets the criteria.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the criteria that was set forth. If you were 65, you'll be good.
A publicized call to the state infusion hotline then revealed that they are indeed denying medical treatment to Western kind on the basis of race.
Texas Infusion Hotline, this is Dominique. How can I help you?
Hi, Dominique. I'm just calling. Is it true that you're not giving monoclonal antibody infusions to white people?
No, that's not true at all.
Right. So a friend of mine was down there trying to get a monoclonal antibody infusion, and he was refused because he was not Hispanic or African American. They told him that they were only serving.
Okay, so there's eligibility criterias that we go by, and African American and Hispanic are high-risk ethnicity groups, so that would be a qualifier. But that doesn't mean that we don't give it to white people. So we're prioritizing more vulnerable populations, so people who have an underlying medical condition, anyone who has an underlying medical condition can get it. But along with that, people with a BMI of 25 or higher, people who are 65 years of age or up, or high-risk ethnicity groups can get it.
So if you are a healthy, in shape Caucasian and you show up, you are not going to get an infusion?
Based on the criteria that we go by right now, that is correct.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
The actual scope of this anti-white medical discrimination is not known, but reports continue to trickle in across social media of people from all over the nation being denied medical services on the basis of their race, specifically because they are white. We are currently unaware whether Texas has ceased this heinous anti-white practice or if it has been allowed to stand as a dangerous anti-white precedent.
in the wrong time, tending these hemorrhaging problems before I was alive. This generational trauma, do I call it mine? But if I do nothing, surely I'll be the last in my line. It's all a party over graves I wish would come to life and take back their places. See the terror in my enemies' eyes. Burn down the stages, cut the tapes, and let the newsrooms die. This revolution's convoluted, take it offline. Take it offline. Take it offline. My generation saved the world in our video games. Primal desire satiated, our spirits decayed. This true danger was distraction and a loss of faith. Too disoriented to pick up the sword over lace. This psychological warfare's taking everyone out, digging us deeper till we're too far down to crawl ourselves out. We're at the stage where the plane's descending faster now. Still the people believe there's no way it could go down. Heads up high. Before we're cashless, standing in the bread lines. Heads up high. Before the vax denies us over state lines. Heads up high. I guess it had to happen in my lifetime. Heads up high. I'll be long dead before I give up my rights. Some days I dare to think I was born in the right time. A tourniquet for the wounded out on the front lines. To stop the bleeding and go where I'm needed. My life is more than my own, and this virus starts in the mind. I know my history well, and I recognize abuse of power and overreach with no end in sight. Succumbing little by little just redraws the line until all freedom is gone. Oh, I said heads up high. Heads up high. I guess it had to happen in my lifetime. I'll be long dead before I give up my rights. This revolution's convoluted, take it offline.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right. Wonderful to be back. Let me know if the mic is okay. And that, of course, was Olivia Keys' brand new hit Revolution that we watched there. We also played a video that spoke about COVID-19. And of course, you know that I only agree with the information about COVID-19, about vaccines, about monoclonal antibodies that comes from the CDC and the World Health Organization. So if anything in that video was at variance with the claims of the CDC or the World Health Organization, then I disagree with those things. Let's get back to our, there's Lunder saying Mike is okay. Back to our gathering. Thank you, Bo. TJ, thank you for that. Fantastic. Revolution. Brand new song. Ladybug actually told me about it. Thankfully, I did not know that it was released, she said, Ladybug said, on Friday, and I had missed it. So thank you so much, Ladybug. If she's still in the chat. There's the great ForNull. Let's have a look at the financial gifts, and then we will. And I saw a question about the articles that I'm talking about. I can put them in the description afterward. That's not a big deal. I don't like when, you know, it's like if you're doing a presentation, perhaps some of you have done presentations at work, and one of the biggest errors that people make when they're doing a presentation at work is to provide a bunch of reading material during their presentation, because instead of being paid attention to so that you can communicate the points that you think are relevant, people just ignore the shit out of you and they start reading. And so I'm loath to provide the links before, because when I'm talking about it, I know it's going to be just like any office space. People are going to you're going to start reading. And that's not the purpose of me providing my thoughts on the subject matter. It's not for me to just provide you a story and say, look at this story and look at that story. You know what I mean? All right. We have one over here on Cash App, and it's from the great, the ever faithful, so loyal, happy to have her every single time with us. I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much. And she says with it, as always, for white well-being. Thank you, sister. I love Jesus Christ over there on Cash App. On Entropy, we have two. We have the great TJ. He hit the $20 minimum, folks. Get out the 07s, please. I implore you. Some plaudits for TJ, $20 financial gift. And he says, for the well-being of Western kind all over the world. There are 20 Save Western kind all over the world dollars. God bless you, brother. Great to see you. We also have C Space M, financially gifting $3. Thank you, CM. Says, I have a Facebook friend who's been in the white sympathetic sphere for a while, is familiar with your work, and claims to agree with 99%, but prefers the term white genocide. Why white erasure instead of genocide? It's a great question. Thank you for asking it. And revisiting it from time to time is a good thing, because folks will have, of course, not heard all of the other times that I've addressed it. And there will be new people as well. So the reason why I prefer white erasure to white genocide is that I put these terms into use in the field, and I use reason and logic to assess, as well as my understanding of the human animal, the human being, and where they are today, what information they are giving and being given, and what information they've been given over the course of their lives, generally speaking, for each individual. I assess, then I put in the field, I submit to the scientific method, and then I evaluate the outcomes. I carefully evaluate the people that I used the concepts on. I discovered that what I feared with the term white genocide was indeed the case in usage. And that is that white people who are not already convinced that white people are being erased, are being victimized in this sense, white people who are not already convinced of that So that is to say, whites who already agree very much like the concept white genocide, because they believe that that's speaking directly to what they believe is happening. But all of our millions and millions of brothers and sisters out there that we need to bring over to white sympathy, when they hear the word genocide, they see in their heads piles of bodies, piles and piles, and the vast majority of the piles of bodies of people who have been starved to death or gassed or shot or whatever it might be, the vast majority of that footage, photographs that they see are what they believe to be the Jewish race, victims of what they believe were white people. And so by using the word genocide, you invoke the memory of white people genociding non-white people. You simultaneously are invoking in them the spectacle of mounds of dead bodies, of corpses. And they look around the world and they don't see mounds of bodies of white people. They don't see thousands and thousands of white people emaciated and piled up. They don't see camps where white people are shoved in there and are being gassed. They don't see white people digging giant trenches and then being machine gunned. They don't see it. So they'll say there's no genocide of whites. So you have the white person in front of you will say, I don't see these things. And so everything I just articulated. So there's no genocide happening. And you have also now brought to mind in them the genocide of non-white people by white people. You have massively undermined your effort to bring them over to some sort of white sympathy at that point. Massively. Now that's in the field, in conversation with the brothers and sisters that we need to bring over. Now, in circles of those who already agree with us, they will attempt, folks who want the use of the term white genocide. And there are a lot of, there's also this inertia, there's this pressure that comes from people who were very loyal to Bob Whitaker. And I think that some of these people who claim that they were Bob Whitaker acolytes are not true Bob Whitaker acolytes because of their behavior today. In an effort to try to undermine the good work that we are doing, I have to believe that these can't actually be Bob Whitaker acolytes. I have to believe that these have to be crypto anti-whites claiming that they were fans of Bob Whitaker and now showing up and they're just trying to stir up infighting and they're trying to turn people against me and this community. So I have to believe that, because if I could see a one or two or maybe some that were just kind of not right or dumb, or a combination of lacking marbles and being dumb, that might constantly endeavor to undermine what we're doing by claiming that they were advocating for what Bob Whitaker had done. But the majority of them have to be crypto anti-whites. I just can't, it makes no sense to attack us endlessly and to attack me personally endlessly with these endless strictures. So he articulated white genocide. And so they feel like, well, that's it. It's got to be what's used. Now, in conversation with somebody who advocates for the use of the concept white genocide, they'll say, aha, Jason, but there's a rule book somewhere that says that genocide is all of these different things. And my retort to that is, so what? That rule book is not in the minds of the millions of brothers and sisters out there that we need to bring over to white well-being or to some degree of white sympathy. It's not in their heads. We have to deal with what's in their head. So you say, aha, but I could educate every single one of them. You have only so much time to disagree and to educate with an interlocutor, somebody you're speaking with, an audience. You have only so much time. You would be wasting your time at that point trying to convince them that genocide is so much more than just piles of bodies. And even if you did convince them, I can say this first, even if you did convince them that, aha, here's the actual rule book about the word genocide by the UN, you now have burnt up your time to disagree and persuade. You have, and therefore you're not going to be able to move on to other subject matter to empower them, other concepts to give them to use, because they are not going to go out into the world with your rule book from the UN and tell everybody that genocide is so much bigger, because they know they're going to look like a crank, just like you look like a crank to them. I mean, that's just a reality. I tried it too. I went out there, I put it in the field. You look like a crank. So they know they're going to look like a crank. They're going to look like a crazy person to everyone. So they're not going to repeat that like they would repeat white erasure. Like we just got, although maybe he created it on his own, Mark Dice to say white erasure. So the other issue is that if you did convince them, if you showed them, here's the UN, and you've already made a fatal flaw. So I don't know why I should bother arguing why you should not use white genocide and should use instead white erasure, because you've already made the fatal flaw. But I can just go down. It's just like a series of errors when it comes to the use of that concept. If you convince a person that, okay, here's the rule book, I'm shoving it down your throat, genocide is much bigger according to the UN, they're still going to walk away from that concluding that real genocide, tangible genocide, is government rounding people up and killing them. And that, yeah, maybe there can be this soft genocide. You have not given them anything that they're going to be willing to repeat and given them anything to act upon. There's no concept there that they can use. They can't go out into the world and say white genocide. It's soft genocide, though. It's soft genocide. Well, why care about that then? If it's genocide by way of people's decisions, people are being encouraged to take other mates. Well, that's still their decision in the end. People are being encouraged to not, white people are encouraged to take other mates. White people are encouraged to not have children. Okay, well, that's still their decision. Yeah, they were encouraged to do it. Yeah, it's in the media, but it was still their decision. Somebody making the decision to genocide themselves, even though it's by way of encouragement, is not seen as tantamount to rounding people up and executing them. It's that simple. How does white erasure work where white genocide fails? And I, you know, to those people who think that I really don't understand this like fanatical, like this guy said these things, and so therefore, Jason, if you're not saying it, then you need to be, you know, lambasted every time you say something that is in opposition to what this other guy said. It's just kind of nuts. I have a weird feeling like these people who keep coming, they're like, you know, they're hoarders. Like the house is full of dead animals and tissue boxes or something. It's bizarre. White erasure needs no definition. Here's the beauty of white erasure. You don't have to provide a person with a definition, and they don't had to have heard it in the media to know what it is right away. So when I was out in the field and I was talking to people about what's happening to us, when I talked about white erasure, they immediately understood that that meant fewer white people, that meant white statues of white people coming down, that meant white norms being eradicated, that it meant, and it was, we could go on and on, signs, street signs being changed, history books being rewritten. White erasure is something that is ubiquitous across the West. What have I done by giving people a concept for what is everywhere? I have just turned my victimizer's strength into my strength. Because now, when they go out into the world, every time they see any white erasure, they'll say, aha, white erasure. Aha, white erasure. Something that can very easily, without looking like a crank, be shared with family members, with friends, with strangers. Again, I know that people who are just like ardent fans of that guy, and they just want to stick with white genocide because of it, they'll say, well, white genocide also means those things. Well, too bad. You're tacking on all of these like arguments after the fact. You don't have time for that shit. Are you going to follow every person that you've, out of the 100, the one that you convinced, here's the UN definition, and so it actually means more. It means this soft genocide where people are convinced to do it and then they do it of their own volition. You've convinced them. Are you going to follow them everywhere so that when they see a sign changed or when they see and tell them, well, that's genocide as well, that, and they're not going to believe that anyhow. They're going to say, no, it's not. No, it's not. These other people just want to be represented. White people are, you know, they could, as I say, agree with you that they're being convinced to not have children or to reproduce with other races. But in the world where the signs are changing and the statues are coming down, well, that's just other races of people wanting to see themselves in the world. What is that doing? That is centering our victimizer and keeping us in an orbit around our victimizer, which means that he decides how much we suffer. He decides when our end is time instead of us. When we are talking about white erasure, what does that do? That centers us. So a lot of these people who show up and they want to feign intelligence, and I find it very irritating. They want to feign intelligence and they show up and they're like, but Jason, and they'll go grab some like obscure word out of a dictionary or thesaurus somewhere and they toss in there, but Jason, white genocide, XYZ, and white erasure, ABC. They'll make this argument as though it were taking place in a laboratory somewhere, rather than in the field, rather than in the minds of the audience. And I just chuckle to myself because I just think, who are these people and why is it so hard for folks to see greater intelligence than they possess? You know, the reality is, you look at somebody making an error of logic or reason, not just something that they could memorize like a mathematics formula. I remember I got into at university a semi-heated discussion with a mathematics professor who feigned himself to be super intelligent because he was fabulous at math. And I told him that every math formula was just like a map. If you can just remember the map, that's just an act of memory, which is a function of intelligence, but it's not the computational ability of intelligence, which is creativity, innovation, etc. If you have that map, if you have that formula, then it's just an act of memorization. It has nothing to do with creativity or your ability to tackle other problems. He got most upset. And then I put a challenge to him and I said, you give me any test you want with any type of mathematics you want, And I'm allowed to look at the formulas for how to do those problems, and I'll get them all right. And he told me to get the hell out. So, but here's the truth. And then we'll move on, get into the Go Free lesson of the day, see what you all are saying elsewhere. Thank you for the questions. Magnificent question. Should be addressed from time to time because there's, so much ongoing from these people. I wish them well. But when you watch somebody who is unintelligent and you see them making an error in reason or logic, and it's just like patent, it's just there, right? When you see that happening, you can see it, but he or she can't. You know what else is true? He can't see that you can see it. Just as he or she, just as you can't see how you are making your errors through the eyes of someone more intelligent. And that's why in the West, we have this problem, since we have this idea that everybody has a vote and everybody is the same and everybody's opinion is the same. We have this problem where people have an inability to see what they can't see. And they don't get the opportunity to see through the eyes of somebody who's more intelligent. The place that they are damnable is when the rubber meets the road. If I could build and this is a really salient way to describe this. If I could build a vehicle that could defy gravity, and the vehicle was successful defying gravity, just as the Go Free method is successful in the world, and you could see the craft defying gravity, but then you argued with me about how to make a craft defy gravity, that's where you're damnable, because you don't have to be able to understand what I'm able to understand to make a craft hover and defy gravity. But you do see that it's successful. That's where it's damnable. So these people who come in, and I have to believe that many of them are just crypto anti-whites, these people who come in and attack the work that we're doing because it is different from Bob Whitaker and or others, they are damnable because they can see what's working. They can see what's spreading versus their argument. So I can appreciate that they're not smart enough to understand the machinery of how and why it works, but I am not going to give them any room when it comes to being able to see what works and what doesn't work. It's a great question. Thank you so much. And Yiz also says over here, she says, I can't give, this is the great Yiz, the eunuch and unifier, says, I can't give my usual weekly folk tithe this week, but I'll double up next week. Yeah, well, thank you, sister. You don't have to double up, but we celebrate you nonetheless for your folk tithes and all the good work that you do. Slots is over here with a $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Great to see you. Service to white well-being in recognition of JC Denton in the chat. In recognition. Well, what happened over there? I'll have to check it out. Or you could, if I can't find it, brother, if you could put it in the question widget, what it's for exactly. But God bless you and thank you for that. Slots is always thinking of others. It's one of the best. Like he comes in, we've had it where somebody will give a financial gift and then he'll come in giving a financial gift in their name for the financial gift they gave. And we have over here in Cash App, Tamara financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, sister. And she says, with those $5 wonderful Save Our White Baby dollars, thank you for your patience on this journey for our people. Well, thank you for that. It's taken more patience than I ever thought I would have, I must say. Oh my gosh. And First Last is here. And he just financially gifted 100 save the white baby dollars. Save the white baby dollars from First Last. Let's get some Raugus emojis and some 07s. How about some V's for victory? For First Last coming in again. Hey man, he works for, as you know, he's a musical genius. I've talked about this before. Works for a living. And you guarantee you, I mean, we have these performers here who, without question, if anti-whiteism was not in effect, they would be multimillionaires, and they know it. And that hurts. That hurts. I would be rich. So to not have a pot to piss in because of anti-whiteism, when you know that if anti-whiteism wasn't there, your talent, your dedication, your tenacity would have driven you far, really hurts. So he's working for a living, and then he comes in and does this regularly. God bless you, brother. I really appreciate that. That's First Last. 100 US dollars. And thank you all for applauding. And this is what we got to do. We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to celebrate each other. It's never going to be done elsewhere. Slots jumps into the tall Kevin Widget saying, hey, man, he's just giving those $3 to give props to JC Denton. Well, that's awesome, man. Thank you for that. That's because Slots is looking out for others. 07s for Slots. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate it. I'll take a look at Odyssey. Hello to everybody over there on D Live. I know there aren't many. This is the way it is. This is the way it is when you're getting shut down by the anti-whites at places like D Live and Odyssey. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, we got, who is this? The West is the best, and Jay over there participating in the 07s. The West is the best also says, hey, Jason, I'm glad you are doing well, and you look amazing. That's a man with some great sartorial observations. Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate it. All right. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day right after I take a quick look at the live chat. I'm going to scroll back some over here on YouTube. Nancy Drew is with us. Mike is, what's happening? Why is the screen rolling? Mike is with us. Mary is with us. Ashen says genocide is a stronger word. Oh, we're not quite there yet, but God help us, it doesn't seem far away. No, I'm sorry. It's not. It's a stronger word for us. It's not a stronger word for the population. You have to remember where they are going to meet up with that word in their heads. If you say genocide to them, they're going to see white people murdering non-whites. So is that a stronger word for what you are trying to convey? Of course not. It's the opposite. It's the weakest thing you could say. The other thing but thank you for your comment there, because it reminds me that the other argument is I can tell that folks make when they support this white genocide thing is that they're coming from the if we had mindset. So, and I see this is so common everywhere, really. I mean, it's just everywhere. It's an error in thinking. If we had, then, if this, then that. If we controlled the media, then we could tell everybody it's white genocide. Well, we don't. If we controlled the media, then we could tell everybody on TV all day long and in the newspapers all day long that genocide is all these different things and it really means the end of a people and etc. We could educate them on all these things. Well, we don't. If we controlled the media, well, we don't. If we controlled the finance, well, we don't. If we could, so it's always this sort of thinking. If this, then that, and it's a fallacy. based on what people like, you look on YouTube, the biggest audiences and all. I mean, we are really grateful to have you all here because people are out there in the world are so incredibly stupid. The things they get excited about. All right, scrolling through, Victorian time traveler. He says here, and this is brilliant. Thank you, brother. He says, saying the G word, genocide, is like trying to appropriate the word racist. Absolutely. And that was one of the things people really forget. When I started using anti-white and anti-whiteism, nobody else was using it in all the circles I ran in the white sympathetic sphere. When I started using it, everybody at that time, the word racist was like zenith power, that concept. And so I was making arguments about taking down that concept then, and there were people then saying, no, we need to take over that concept. How do you have an argument? Fit and Healthy at Any Age says, you can plant seeds with our lexicon that is much more powerful than arguing. Precisely, good brother, precisely. We have somebody calling himself Dr. M saying you have to deal with and then naming another race of people. No. We center ourselves and then all peoples orbit us. And if they're going to be anti-white, we name the anti-white. Those are the folks we have a problem with. If somebody's victimizing us, we name that. That puts us in the story. When you talk about naming, I just talked about this a couple of weeks ago, another group of people, you are assuming with that prescription that you have a people and that your opinion about a threat to that people can influence that people's opinion. Your assumption is erroneous. You do not have a people. So folks need to stop this. You need to stop being an orbiter in somebody else's story, because then you're just whatever they say you are. Promethean Promulgation says most people here have tried it and it didn't work. End of story. Precisely. I mean, these folks who end up here in the advanced placement, they've been in the white sympathetic sphere. They've had things tossed at them. Hey, use this and use that. And they tried it. It didn't work. They got to go free and they're like, whoa, I'm staying here. This works. Very well said. The great ForNull writes here, some people just don't understand the intelligence. Some people just don't have the intelligence to understand Go Free or the wisdom to learn from those that do. Anyone who can't understand the 5 key concepts or who refuses to use them are lost. Yeah, he's absolutely right. ForNull's another one of our brilliant folks here in service to white well-being. The great Roy Danton is here. Great to see you, brother. And he's 100% right about that. You're just lost. If you come into contact with the Go Free method and you're like, well, I'm going to go do something else. Well, you're lost. You see the spaceship that we've built. It can control gravity. Well, I'm going to go find another way to control gravity. Okay. Good for you. You always know somebody has a really low IQ when they start off with the M-U-H, as a particular Dr. M, then followed up with erasure. What a great argument that is. Go back to your Play-Doh. Montana Kid is here. The great Franklin is with us. Well, look at, I saw Franklin agree with Carlisle, and then I saw Carlisle's comment that said it must be so frustrating for someone as brilliant as Jason. Well, thank you so much. to always have to push back against all the lower IQ folks around him. That's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate it. Corey Bell, great to see you. Speedrunner, Bescape, Sherry. We're going to have calls later, folks. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Somebody called Aminat showing up, called Nightmare. Don't be Aminat. Saying, a financial gift? What is this, church? As an insult. What do we call that, folks? When somebody's trying to shame and guilt you for receiving financial gifts in service to white well-being. Rory is here. Mr. Frosty. Hallandir is here. Great to see you. Oh, screen leapt. All right. I think Vigil says, thank you, Jason, for showing us the Go Free method. You deserve 1 billion subs. Well, I'll take them. You can get by. Hey, Ambrielle is here. Great to see you. Hello to you. I'll take them if you can find them. You get them past the sensorial anti-whites. 0022 says, you always look amazing, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Promethean Hales. Spearman says, coming from a former liberal and still an agnostic, I believe that the religious question is the foundation of everything. It's either Christ or a Caesar blood religion. Thoughts? I guess that's a question. You're saying here it is either, you believe it is either Christ or a, well, you're talking about faith, and what's my time? I'm at the top of the hour. I'm going to have to address this on a subsequent Going Free. We got to get on to the Go Free lesson of the day. But when it comes to faith, or what you refer to as a blood religion, does it have to be one or the other? I think might be asking the question in a little bit of the wrong way. The human animal is going to have, or the human animal has, a propensity for faith, for something inexplicable beyond itself. It just demonstrates it everywhere. It's not more evolved to not have that impulse as strong. It might be actually a great disadvantage. It might be a handicap in a great many ways, even if a strength in some other ways. It's like people who they have some great strength to, say, be able to reproduce. They see a building for a second and they can draw the whole thing, but then they can't tie their shoes. Sort of the same way, maybe. But might be asking the question in an incorrect way. I'll think about it, and maybe I'll be able to get back to it during this stream. But great question nonetheless. We're going to have the religious impulse. So it's going to be a religion that is either something that is immaterial or something that is material. And both, by the way, both use costumes, both have holy buildings. What's important is what is set forth. I guess I'm kind of answering it. What's important is what's set forth for people to have faith in. We can see, for example, with the Catholic Church, well, with any of them, but it just seems really in your face with the Catholic Church, that they end up having said, well, I guess Mormons too. They say X is from God. And then later on, they say, well, no, it's actually changed now. So you can look at any church, and they now present the Christian doctrine through the lens of anti-whiteism. at every church that I've gone to and that most others have gone to. So what matters is you're going to have a population that's always going to have this this religious sentiment or need for it to be filled, and you provide something that is helpful to them. It doesn't have to be, it's not a choice. This is the dichotomy. It's not a choice between a Caesar blood, I guess what you're thinking of there, maybe, unless you could correct me, is like a tyrannical teleos, sort of all mankind coming together sort of a thing, versus a ghost, a supernatural being that provides edicts, dictates on how to live. What is the right way to live, which would be called morality in that sense. It's going to be there. The question, I think, is, do you have to have or push, I guess, either one? People are going to have it. Do you just make sure that there is something that's not destructive, and do you provide things that are constructive? If Christianity were viewed through the lens of the Go Free method, it would be wildly beneficial to Western kind. Christianity viewed through the lens of anti-whiteism, widely deleterious. Government operating all of its laws, even you could take the current ones, informed by the Go Free method, will make all the right decisions that benefit us, that make us strong. Government, i.e. government employees, workers, elected people, operating with the anti-white morality, therefore informed by it, make all the worst decisions. You can take the laws of, 1850s United States. And if you could snap your fingers and the entire population were now motivated and working under the anti-white narrative, every law would be interpreted, every code and rule would be interpreted in a way to conform to that morality. What is the morality? It is that need for faith, that need for what you're kind of calling religion there. It needs a better name to be able to talk about it better, but that's, so it's a bit, we'll see. I might come back to it, but CM, you answered my question about how I expected. Thanks for elaborating. Well, you're welcome, brother. Thank you. Consider having handsome truth. No. TG says he could be quite civilized when need be, among other things. Well, he's not white positive because he speaks negatively about other races. So that's white negative. And he also has, he could be civilized. Mark is in an environment where you can be a member of a rape gang in the UK and they slap you on the wrist if they come for you at all. But you say almost anything slightly that they don't like, and they'll come to your house and arrest you. So that's not exactly a safe gamble for Mark. And finally, this guy's followers have been attacking me for years and years. And they have recently been attacking me more than normal. I don't talk about them. I don't have any thoughts about them. I don't care, not interested, but they're just endlessly coming at me. So if this guy is having trouble getting on to shows he wants to get on, then he needs to go after the people in his community who just are, do you really think that you can attack the co-host endlessly and then be like, oh yeah, have him on? You know, the guy, the leader of the crew that continues to slander the shit out of you and demonize you and make up just outrageous lies. Yeah, have that guy on. Seriously. Corey says, this is where I fully agree with your sentiments about the bottleneck concept. The lack of ability to think critically or just even ask basic questions has been the undoing of our people. Absolutely, brother. Roy says, it's a question of legitimacy. WG is a much older and much more established term than ours, which a much larger audience with a much larger audience and track record. It's a question of legitimacy. Oh, I see. So yeah, they've been using it and they felt legitimized in using it. And now to adopt white erasure would feel like they made the wrong decision. Well, yes, you should. Yes. Human beings are error machines. This is how we improve. If we weren't comfortable with making errors, we would never improve. And so I get that, and you're right, it's going to be uncomfortable for people if they've been using something for a long time and then they discover, whoa, that wasn't actually very productive for me to use that all this time. I handed out thousands and thousands and thousands of leaflets that were not productive for our people. Those were errors that I made and I improved. Yes, I hate that I was making errors all along in doing that, but and I can't go back and change that. That's the past. All I can do is get right from here now. The sooner I get right, the more happy I am. So people who can hear my argument here and elsewhere, and they say, whoa, I can see now how that really doesn't work. In fact, actually, that's quite harmful. The last thing I want to do is have my audience thinking about white people genociding Jewish people when I'm trying to talk to them about white people getting victimized. The thing that they should do is immediately say, I am never using that again. I am immediately going to start using white erasure, something that everybody can see. And from here forward, I'll have nothing but a success, or at least more success than they were having with white genocide. Ambriel says, going free is the best tactic in combating anti-whiteism. God bless you. Thank you for that. Folks, I don't know for all of you if you don't know or not, but Ambriel is a heroic non-white woman who is opposed to anti-whiteism, and she takes it down with the Go Free method. She uses the concept, she takes it down. So fantastic. Thank you so much. Corey says, so with this being advanced placement, will there be enough of us to make a meaningful, lasting impact? I believe in the Go Free method, but I worry about the lack of intelligence. Yeah, brother, that's the thing. Well, hold on. You might be midwits can be given concepts, etc., that come from two sources where they will happily adopt and not understand. Well, I guess you could say three. You could have them. You can communicate with somebody who's just like average intelligence or less, and they not understand what you're saying, but maybe they have so much respect for you, they see you succeeding, so then they adopt it, right? You see that all the time, like investors who are like savvy and they're in the scene, and then you see investors who are not savvy and they're outside, but they see somebody it's working for, so they'll just adopt. They have no idea. You saw it a lot with cryptocurrencies. They have no idea how it works, but that person's doing this and it's working, so they'll do it. And what motivates them there? It's the selfish benefit. That's what, when we created and are still creating the Go Free method, realized that we had to appeal to the selfish benefit. So if somebody looks at you and they see, well, Corey's just this ass kicker, he's succeeding all the time, they don't necessarily have to know to adopt the concepts. They can also find the concepts and then selfishly adopt them without fully understanding. They could just see, I see how that could potentially work for me. And so a great example of finding the concepts is coming across a comment online, like our team's place for people to find. Hearing out in public when Nate and these other champs are out there on their speakerphones with BPE, and they're using the lexicon. Even people who are midget wits can hear like anti-whiteism, and they'll know, I mean, just that is opposed to us, and then selfishly go and use that in their world. For them, really for anybody, but especially for them, it's like they just found gold somewhere, right? You can also be top down, have it given to you. And so that great example of that is somebody like a Mark Dice, who has 2 million subs. And so audience members are going to say, this is a special person because humanity just counts asses in the seats. The average person, even the intelligent people, they can't evaluate the intelligence of a thing, or they won't, even if they're able. They'll just take the easy road out, which unfortunately the human animal is wont to do. And that is just how many asses in the seats. And they look at how many asses in the seats, 2 million, special person. He used white erasure, so therefore I will use white erasure. Now, that's for the second part. The first part about, are there going to be enough of us to make lasting impact? We've already done that, but I know what you mean. You mean even more. And I want even more, much more, 1,000 times more. And that is where my lamentation, my complaint about these content creators out there that won't recognize the success we're having and work we're doing. And that then good-meaning people as well as nefarious people look at me and they say, oh, look at it, it's just an ego thing with him. He just wants to get the credit so that the lights can be on him. Well, first of all, in Western civilization, the norm is that the creator, that the worker gets the credit. I mean, how often do you have somebody do something marvelous in your community, and then people say, no, he just wants credit, I'm not going to acknowledge any of that? You know, like the guy who came up in London with how to get rid of the sewage. It was one guy. Should he not have credit? Should we not laud him to the heavens? Of course we should. And that is what's normal for Western kind. It's abnormal. It's an aberration to have one of our brothers or sisters do something marvelous and then say, well, he just wants credit. Yes, of course you should give him credit. But the other thing is that we need credit to be able to spread this to more and more people at a faster and faster rate. Why? Because it's entirely possible that at this point we could go through our lives at this speed, die, and then generations, so many generations, who knows? But let's say for the argument's sake, 10 generations, the white race, because of what we did, takes back its destiny on planet Earth. Well, that's, of course, ineffably wonderful. But we would like it to happen sooner than that. We would like to make bigger waves. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to do more for our people? We want to make fewer of our people suffer. We don't want our people to have to go through 10 generations of suffering to get to the recapture of our destiny. We want that to happen sooner. And it would happen sooner if I were to be recognized in this community, recognized by bigger content creators, by Tucker having me on his show. I mean, it's just obvious. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Elaine says, they called it plagiarism when I was in college, Jason. Got to leave the chat, but I'm Cleaning with no white guilt and family. She's cleaning with no white guilt. They called it plagiarism. I don't know what you're referencing at the moment. Let me just scroll up. Roy followed up with, some of those folks have literally wasted a decade building a movement based on that word. And they are too proud and stubborn to admit that they didn't accomplish anything. Yeah, Jerome is here. Great to see you, brother. Yeah, it's a real shame when people allow their errors to get in the way of their goals. And that's why we have to teach children. I came up on my own, and I wish I had, and it was in like freshman or sophomore year of high school, and I wish I had come up with it earlier. I wish that adults were teaching it, at least the adults I was around. But yeah, I didn't own it, and I'm still working on sort of owning it. And that is that errors are mistakes. They are your opportunity to improve, because and I have a specific, I'll have to think about it and see if it can, the specific way that I worded it for myself. I thought it was just walking through the school at high school. I was like, wow, this is so true. If I could just think of every error and every mistake this way, they're really the opportunity to get better. Whereas getting it right is just, that's good. But you should, in a way, you should feel more excited about discovering an error or a mistake, because we are error machines. It's how we improve. So when a human being is busily denying and rejecting that they have made errors, even when it's palpable, they're not improving. And it's a really sad, to me, in many ways, it speaks to being taught as you're reared, that an error is this really awful thing, and a mistake is this really almost unforgivable thing. And so you become very defensive. Spearman says, I appreciate your feedback. You're a winner. I'm autistic about this religious question because I believe it is the key to winning. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, brother. I really appreciate the kind words. And I hope I provided a little bit of food for thought. All right. Thank you. A big thank you to Brandt for dropping links all the time. What a godsend that man is. He probably walked in on like a ray of sunshine. I mean, it's probably like, that guy's doing all this stuff for the kids, the School of the West.world, and just active all the time. Probably the sky like cracked open, a gold beam shot down to the earth. And then here comes Dean Danger. It's kind of like Gandalf sent back in Lord of the Rings. Sloth says, discovering an error is an opportunity to get better. Precisely. Thank you for that. Brand says he rode in on a flying honey badger. Of course he did. Naturally. Of course. Elaine says, I was referring to the content creators taking credit for your work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got no problem with that. Plagiarism. Well, and we got other content creators who are outside. They're very just peripherally in the white sympathetic sphere, who, as you know, have been trying to take this doctrine and turn it into something that has nothing to do with us. Trying hard. Whoa, let's have a big round of raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. 07's wild emojis for dude bro moment. Financially gifting his customary and beautiful princely 50 save Western kind dollars. And he writes with him, for white well-being. God bless you, dude. Dude bro moment is just totally epic. What a true champion. It's like, boop, pops up on the screen. It's just like, yeah, here I am. It's dude bro moment again. Got some more. Like, that's what finance, it's what it is. Liquidity is blood. It's blood. How is it that these NGOs and all these different anti-white groups out there, and by the way, the anti-white groups out there, they always, don't they claim to be working for the benefit of their people? And it's working. Maybe they're onto something there. But what really makes them powerful? It's not just a bunch of people sitting around complaining or advocating, saying they want to advocate for their people. Finance has defeated religion a long time ago. And so therefore, the blood of those organizations, the ability for the heart and the brain to work, the human beings inside, the blood that's able to carry their creation, their ideas, their deviousness, is the financial support that they receive. God bless you, brother. Dude bro moment. We also have Starshine Girl over here, financially gifting $3. And she said, quote, woke Minnesota high school, close quote. And that was from the Gateway Pundit. Woke Minnesota high school. She writes, administrators have signed a, quote, good trouble coalition, close quote, pledge to, quote, decenter whiteness, close quote, in school structures and dismantle racist policies and practices. I'll read that again without the quotes. Woke Minnesota high school administrators have signed a good trouble coalition pledge to decenter whiteness in school structures and dismantle racist policies and practices. Wow. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. What absolute monsters, what absolute abject, relentless, bloodthirsty monsters. This is in school. Folks, I was just talking about schoolofthewest.world with Dean Danger. Your kids are in school. Either they're being schooled by you, homeschool, and in which case the material, you're buying material to teach them. They're at some very expensive private school, in which case it's probably more anti-white than the public school. Or they're at a public school, your children. In every single case, they need their education supplemented by schoolofthewest.world and Dean Danger and the great work that's going on over there. They need to be inoculated against anti-whiteism, or they're going to hate you. We're going to have generation after generation of folks that are going to appear, we're not going to be able to talk to about white well-being. Increasingly, they're going to just be hostile if you do not inoculate them. Thank you for letting us know about this woke Minnesota high school, these anti-white Minnesota high school. Gateway Pundit needs to, imagine for a minute that I was a centimillionaire or a decamillionaire. I could reach out to the Gateway Pundit and I could say, hey, I'd like to give a donation. Or if that's not the best leverage there, I reach out to the managing editor, owner, and take them out for spectacular dinners and other things that could compromise people, and then say, what needs to happen is anti-whiteism needs to get used in your newspaper, your online rag. Western Man financially gets $3. God bless you, brother. To reach the sky, we have to shoot for the stars. Amen to that. To reach the sky, we have to shoot for the stars. That's exactly what we're doing. God bless you for that. Let's take a look at Go Free, and I will stay engaged with you all. Southern Bloom is with us. Hello, dear lady. And is that Dartomic Tech? Sloth says, all you have to do is be an advertiser. Oh, really? Over there. Well, and it would become so easy with adequate financial resources. What is a movement of redemption? That's what we are here. We are a movement of redemption. And I have seen folks talk about movement of redemption. And what is that? What are they trying to say over there? What does that mean to be a movement of redemption? We have to understand what this is. This is second edition, iteration 2, Go Free, page 253. We are a movement of redemption. The practice of going free is a movement of redemption. We all have pasts. We all grew up inside the degenerate, white-hating, anti-white narrative. We have all made mistakes and done things we would take back. But where we have gone wrong, we can now go right. And this is a very important concept that I implemented many, many years ago in the Go Free method, because there was this sentiment that is perpetuated by our victimizers insofar as they're saying this is, and they teach in their media, entertainment especially, that to be a part of any resistance to anti-whiteism, you have to be a pure blood. You have to be, and on and on. No diseases, no past, nothing went wrong. Well, that's not a human life. And if you allow them to define the resistance to themselves this way, of course they would, then we're never going to be able to resist them. Anti-whiteism has either directly or indirectly led, and this is very important, or contributed to every bad decision you have ever made. I want you to really think about that. Anti-whiteism has either directly or indirectly led or contributed to every bad decision you have ever made. The longer you go free, the clearer that truth will become. There are heroes going free who have been addicted to legal and illegal drugs, alcohol, pornography, bulimia, overeating, etc. There are well-being advocates who had white flighted into interracial relationships, were radical anti-whites, had mistreated loved ones, and so much more. You know that the anti-whites say condemning Christianity because white people practice it would make the very same argument about growing up in a Christian household, that everything that ended up bad for you was a consequence of what you learned in that religion. Everything and the norms that were just associated with being a white person in Western civilization. Every single thing there. And so you have to reject it all because it led to all of your hardship and misery. We say the exact same thing in the reverse. Anti-whiteism is actually ubiquitous. It targets you. It targeted you when you were a very young child and totally defenseless. And your parents didn't know how to defend you against anti-whiteism, or we wouldn't be dealing with this today. It targeted you in your innocence when you could be made to believe there's an Easter bunny, and of course there is one. And it taught you things. It taught you facts. It taught you about the world and about humanity. And you used this erroneous information to make conclusions that were perfectly in keeping and malice aforethought for the creators of those conclusions, the anti-whites. They wanted you to, and I will just fit in right here, white flight into drugs. They wanted you to white flight into interracial relationships. They wanted you to shout down grandma at the Thanksgiving table. They gave you the information that limited your choices in your deductions and conclusions. And with that information, you came to the deductions and conclusions they knew you would come to, because this is psychological warfare, and you suffered the consequences, not them. There is nary a thing in your life that isn't, in whole or in part, a consequence of anti-whiteism's influence on you that was harmful for you. Just so you know who to be angry with for all your misery. Did you not find the right guy or gal to be your partner? Did you not get into that business that you were going to get into? Did you decide to be lazy in school instead of putting your heart and soul into it? Did you decide to try drugs because you saw actors enjoying drugs in a movie or television series? We are all injured. And by the way, I would much rather have an advocate by shoulder to shoulder with me who had suffered and knew that the suffering was a consequence of anti-whiteism, because that person standing by my shoulder is going to be a fierce mother when it comes to everyday interacting and taking it to anti-whiteism. That person I can rely upon. Somebody who hasn't suffered and somehow is perfect, I don't want that person by my side. The moment it gets hard, they're going to walk. I don't want somebody by my side who thinks that it's just one other group of humanity out there that's the problem. They're all focused negatively on this or that group out in humanity. Because combating what's victimizing us gets in the way of them hating on these other groups. I want the person who knows that they've suffered because of the anti-white ideology, and that every anti-white person in their life represents that suffering. That is a fighter that you can rely upon. And fighting today means getting out into the world and pushing the Go Free method. It means training yourself with MCs, combating the MPs inside of you, becoming more than you ever thought you could be. And you can ask yourself, what kind of person do you want by your side in that kind of struggle? We are all injured by anti-whiteism. We have all injured ourselves and others because of anti-whiteism. But we can be redeemed. Some of you might ask, what am I redeemed to? The real question is not what, but whom. And the answer is you. Going free enables you to return to yourself, who and what you should have been, your real physical, mental, and spiritual potentials, what you truly deserve in life. Some of those thoughts can be the most infuriating. You don't need to have this Minnesota high school, although we're very grateful for Starshine Girl bringing that to our attention. But you don't have to be in that community and feel like this acute anti-whiteism to find the fury inside of you to get you to post 10 more times, to get you to put up 100 more leaflets. Because all you need to do is think about how you've hurt yourself as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Think about how you've hurt others as a consequence. Think about how you've hurt our people as a consequence. And here's where it's really going to hurt. Think about all you could have done and had in life if it weren't for anti-whiteism. You just think a little bit about that and you'll find the motivation, unless you're a defunct misfit, unless you're some sort of misfit, you'll find the motivation to get out there and punch back, metaphorically, at anti-whiteism. You will stumble as you escape your past. And we understand that. We are human and fallible. What matters is that you get back to your feet and continue toward that western sunrise, toward that recapture of our destiny, which begins with reclaiming yourself from anti-whiteism. All right, let's jump into the glossary. From the glossary, I guess I did not put... Did I not put my marker in the right place? We might have to come back to that. No, here it is. 203. White flight. White flight. White individuals or groups fleeing physical or mental, or mentally, physically or mentally, from discomfort, such as biospiritual disharmony, physical danger by anti-whites, white guilt, white noir, etc. White flight is a stress response or coping mechanism. White flight is a stress response or coping mechanism. Examples are moving one's place of residence, quietism, drug use, self-mutilation, dating and marrying non-whites, and committing biological white erasure. The ultimate form of white flight is suicide. So we've taken white flight, which of course was not useful to us, certainly, because it just represented moving further away from the city to get into an area that more accurately and pristinely reflected our biospirit. So we felt harmony, we felt etc. Now we realize that this is also a mental escape. It can be quietism. It can be the people who say, just pray, don't do anything. And that is white flight. We're going to jump into the MP really quickly because it's already just past 7:30 East Coast time. And we want to make sure to have calls tonight as well. And we have the MP. We are a nation of immigrants. I wanted to use this one today. So many people are, this MP is just omnipresent. And people do such a bad job taking it on. When I was on the Hill, working on the Hill, it staggered me to watch these conservative leadership and Republicans attempt to take on the We Are a Nation of Immigrants. They just failed fabulously every time. We suggest the MC, meme curative, whites can't be immigrants to Western civilization because the West only exists in us. It only exists because we exist. Every time I have used this, I want you to think about this. How many times have you heard the We Are a Nation of Immigrants? And you saw in every single one of those contexts, the anti-whites just dominate, and conservative leaders, the big thinkers, etc., they would agree and they would try to shuffle away from that, or they would try to talk about the closest they would come to something other than just obsequious surrender was when they would try to talk about the types of immigrants. And then they would find themselves, if they were in typical company, average company, with the very difficult problem of having to say, well, there's the reason there's a difference is because between these immigrants and those immigrants is because they have different cultures. And so therefore, then they would inevitably say, well, these other cultures, they have to be educated and we don't have time. And then to educate. And then the anti-whites would say, what do you have against educating these people? We have all the time in the world. We have to better their lives. The people coming from these other places that you say are more compatible already have splendid lives because they're white and everything goes good for white people, right? Every time I have said Western civilization only exists in white people, I win. It's over. The conversation, that tactic. I mean, that's like me walking into the ring with the heavyweight champ that's just been stomping the crap out of everyone. And I walk out there and with a punch so fast that it's just a blur, he falls to the ground. I don't even break a sweat. I have some commentary here. While the slightly different hues of Western culture and historical grievances can instigate some challenges to rapport between and among Westmen when residing in each other's countries, these are surmountable by way of an appeal to our shared biospirit and mutual patience. So it's in these cases, the commentary speaks to the problem, regrettably, where that we've have to excise, which is this idea that we're different races or fundamentally different because we have a slightly different hue on Western civilization. You don't have, whatever our group might be, you don't have to claim that you are fundamentally a different people in order to preserve and in fact enhance your ethnicity. White people like diversity. We like variety. We want there to be a great, deep, colorful variety, not of flesh tones, but of our creations. Where in our storybooks and our histories have we not talked about a white people from one kingdom or country or whatever, they travel to another, and all of the fabulous things that we find in this other civilization, this other hue of Western civilization. So it's something that we like. And when we are in charge and in control of our destiny, we won't have to make such claims anymore. We won't have to say that we're fundamentally different because we speak English compared to those who speak German. And then we're fundamentally different because the Irish English is different than the English English. You know, it's just on and on. No, we don't have to say we are fundamentally the same. But we have and want to magnify our wonderful hues of Western civilization. And so, with that, I think we will take a short break. We'll get back to announcements and your comments and calls. Be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
is no Western civilization without Western kind.
There 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 is no Western civilization without Western kind.
All right, folks, we are back. I'm going to check the audio really quickly, and it looks good, so we shouldn't have any issues there. Let's get into, I'll take a look at what you all are saying as well as any financial gifts. And wasn't that wonderful? Final Blossom put that together. All of those champions that contributed to that. Man, we are the world changers. We're the earth shakers. They will know that we lived. Announcements, just a couple here. Mark Dice used white erasure the other day, so big plaudits to that champion and his efforts to push back against anti-whiteism, which, of course, is what is destroying the Western world for everyone here of all immutable characteristics. So we are most grateful to Mark for those efforts, and we look forward to him and hope he will be saying many more powerful concepts, sharing many more powerful concepts on his platform. And then the other thing I just wanted to do is I wanted to share that video here again for those of you who have not seen it, which is the great Clips taking on Caroline Leavitt up there in running for Congress in New Hampshire, I think it is. And she was doing the typical, if you haven't heard or seen this yet, she was doing the typical, it's all about socialism, Republican nonsense. And Clips interrupted her, and I'm going to make a commercial about this on Gab. It will be up soon. And so make sure when you see it on Gab to give it if you're able to give it a like, and if you're able to share, please share. But this was that interaction.
Election in November is about one thing: stopping the radical Biden, Pelosi, Papist, socialist agenda in its tracks that has been ripping off hardworking families like yours and mine every single day.
Is it socialist or is it anti-white?
Our Democrat opponent, Chris Pappas, is an expert at the typical Washington, D.C. political game, pledging to be for one thing, but voting for another.
I absolutely love that. That is so epic. That is so epic by that champ Clips. And I can't get enough of it. I especially love that guy who turns around and on the right-hand side there, and I pause it. You can see the corners of his mouth turn upward. He thinks, wow, I've not heard that before. And he was obviously happy about it. So big plaudits to the champion, No White Guilt Clips. I know that I have mail from Elaine Sabatino. I have not been able to get to the mailbox. So if you also sent me mail, I will have it next time. And I know, Elaine, that you've also sent me a message, so I will be reading that and responding to that as soon as possible. Let me take a quick look at Cash App and Entropy and Odyssey and see that we're good. Okay, we're good on Cash App. Didn't miss anybody there. Let's see how we did on over here on Odyssey. Looks like we have a couple. We have, it's that Jay says, with $25 financial gift. 07s for Jay over there on Odyssey. $25 financial gift. Thank you, good brother. Really appreciate that. 07s, raucous emojis galore. He says, with this donation, I spit in the eyes of those who would rather tear down those working for white well-being than help us recover our destiny. Man, thank you for that. Gosh, thank you. You have no idea how vexatious it is. It's just like endless. Every other stream we do, maybe, there are these people that show, they're not many, that show up. Sometimes they use different names and avatars, but I can tell by the way they talk and words they misspell that it's the same people that were, ardent fans. And this is throwing no shade on Bob Whitaker and the good people there. Plenty of good folk there. I've celebrated them. But these folks show up and they're just insane. They're just insane. And it's there's at least one that's like master concern troller that shows up and says, well, I really support everything you're doing. I think you're doing a good job and it's all good. Except that you're a thief and you've stolen all of this from Bob Whitaker. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, how long have you had your brain eaten away by alcoholism or whatever it is that you could come to this and think that you're going to be able to come on my threads and fool anyone? Everyone can see that you're just this partisan and you're probably anti-white. You're probably just a crypto anti-white. Concern trolling. Don't even know what Bob Whitaker did. So thank you for that. And you also have, the other ones where they want their leader to be over on PWR, really pressuring to be on PWR while ramping up their attacks on the, how many years have we been working together? 5 years, Mark and I, ramping up the attacks on the co-host and been attacking him for years. So, by the way, can we have our guy on? Thank you for that. That's Jay over there on Odyssey. And we also have, looks like, is it Michael over there on Odyssey? Financially gifting $14. Thank you so much, good brother. And he writes with those $14. He says, hail the gods. Hail our folk. $14, he says, for 14 words. Wow, thank you so much, Michael, for your financial gift. And we got 9 words and 5 key concepts. So check those out. I'll recommend check those out. 95 to you, my friend. 95. And I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for your financial gift. And thank you for speaking up. We hope to see you more often. White well-being advocates said, not even in school or have kids, and I use School of the West. Well, listen to that. Listen to that great testimonial. Not even in school, doesn't have children, but uses School of the West. Something of value there. Big time. Check it out. schoolofthewest.world. God bless you, brother. Over here on Entropy, we have Caleb. Just talking with Caleb. Thank you, good brother. Financial gift of $10. We're going to get into, in just a moment, some perhaps delicate territory. Not Caleb's comment. I haven't read it yet. But perhaps some semi delicate territory. Because there are some women and men that, not many, but there are some who get, or at least there are not many who voice it, who get a little upset about me being critical of cupcakes being in charge of our resistance. And so we're gonna speak to that with a couple of comments. Good people, though, I think, well, no, one good person and the other two vicious harridans. that need to be, and we'll talk about what we do with vicious heritons in a moment. But we're going to find out first what Caleb is saying as we approach 3.5 minutes to the top of the 8th hour. We'll be here for another hour, take your calls and comments, and I'll just chat. I'll just bullshit with you all, as we say colloquially in the US. Do they say that colloquially in the UK and Australia or Canada? Shooting the shit or bullshitting for talking? Caleb has to say, thank you for having me on a couple weeks back, Jason. Felt really good to get my story out there, and I hope it helped someone. I know it did, brother. You have no idea. People are going to be hearing that for years and years to come. He goes on here, I look forward to spreading more good deeds for our people and redeeming the good name of my family and our people. Wow, that's powerful, isn't it? That's like if you have good family members or good parents, it's always powerful to incorporate their memory, even if they're still alive, of your past with them in your white positive endeavors, because it in a way it holds you to a standard that ultimately you set for yourself, but that is supported by those memories of those people that you valued. You've probably heard the saying, like, when people had, and I know everybody's parents they do good things, they do bad things. That's the reality. With this kind of a statement, you would obviously be focusing on the good things about your father. But when you'll hear somebody say, I am my father's son, they're talking about all the good things. I'm going to act this way because I am my father's son. And in the things that he did, where he was at his best, he was the best, right? So, and then he writes, much love, brother 07. Well, the big 07, back to you, Caleb. That's fantastic. It was a magnificent story that you shared, and looking forward to you having many more successes in life. And I know that folks will hear your story and will do great things because of it. We all are improving each other. We are inspiring each other. I wish I could communicate how often I read or I hear like Caleb's story, or somebody writes me privately and something in their life has been revolutionized by the Go Free method. Something has been changed for the better in a big way. And the moment that they've learned and they decided, okay, I'm going to take these steps, and whatever for them those steps were. So you have to see it in the context that's taking place. Those steps, when they decide, I'm going to do something big, I'm going to do something good, those steps for them are like, in their world, are as big as Musk being forced to buy Twitter in his world. They're not different in size. And so when I see that happen, I am wildly inspired by their courage, by their perseverance, even though fear was present, they overcame it. And that's what we do for each other. You hear about, and that's why we share our testimonials. You have to share your testimonials. It's like in sports, you can liken it to a sports analogy. If you don't know what happened in the big game, if you don't know how many yards the running back in that game ran for, then you can't know to be inspired by that, to try to do as good or to do even better, to imitate or emulate. So we have to hear about our successes in our world. And that helps those who are learning about the successes to motivate them and to say, well, I could do it too. I could do that too. Oh, you spoke up at church. I could do that too. It inspires us, but it does another thing for us, because who are telling the story, because the brain wants to, with all the negativity in the world, focus on why we can't. And it's a powerful tool, the mind. If you're focused on why you can't, your brain will provide you a lot of examples, a lot of reasons. When you're focused on your success, You're telling your brain, you're focusing it on that you can, and your brain will get to work on how you can. So it's a very powerful thing. We have to stick with it. So God bless you, Caleb. And we have Montana Kid over here on Entropy, financially gifting 10 Save the White Baby dollars all across the world. And he writes with it, blessings. Well, many blessings, many Promethean blessings back to you, good brother. I really appreciate it. Montana Kid, what are you all saying? Johan saying that thinks I would like Hema. I have no idea what it is. Part of a traditional Western culture, TWC. Well, I'll have to look into it. I've not heard about it before. And I would really like it, though, if they were using the Go Free method to inoculate against being poisoned by anti-whiteism, so that the traditional Western culture values that they're teaching, if that's what they're doing, it sounds like it, will be able to be preserved against the venom of anti-whiteism. Brad C is with us. Great to see you, brother. White Wolf is with us. Vexed is here. Hello to you. Patriot is here. Montana Kid saying, sent you a gift on Entropy. I appreciate it. Strolling through the League of Champions. Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister. Joe and Tomb. The party is rolling. Ultra Testosterone says, he didn't look supportive. That was hard to tell. Oh, you got to go back. You're talking about the guy in the video. Go back and when you watch it, go frame by frame. And when I did that, you'll see the corners of his mouth turn up. Extremely telling in this day and age, because it's like being in Spain during the Inquisition and liking Lucifer. I mean, you really got to hide it, right? So I guarantee you AI looking for somebody giving away their genuine sentiment would pick that guy up and say, uh-oh, go get him. He cares about white people. He thought that was pretty slick. So he's trying to suppress it. So keep that in mind. Trying to hide it. He definitely did not make a face of disgust, right? He definitely didn't turn around like, what the hell? You, and insert anti-white slur. Get out of our anti-white Republican meeting. And it looks like, is Clips with us, or was everybody just celebrating? That video was awesome, wasn't it? That guy's badass. Machiavellius is here. Great to see you. Kingdom of Inland, I've heard some arguments that the white diaspora from Europe, particularly Americans, have become our own white ethnicity, although I don't think I've heard anything go in depth. Well, yeah, America has several white ethnicities, without question. Even the South has several variations of Southern. So can we say that, certainly, I mean, are Americans and white Americans different from white Canadians? Certainly. So we have our own ethnicity. And in Canada, there are several ethnicities. This is what I'm saying. When we recapture our destiny, it's going to be Shangri-La for white people. When we accept and recapturing our destiny in whole, I'm not talking about like one country here or there somehow militaristically pushing back internally, or there's some upheaval, and then you've already seen what happens then. All of the other countries come in and kill everybody. So when this cure to anti-whiteism goes around the world and we recapture our destiny, the variations that we will encourage it's going to be just the most beautiful thing that you could fathom. And securing what already is, and then magnifying. There are people right now who, like, there are Southerners, there are Englishmen who say, we have this and we want to make sure this lasts. Well, we agree. Well, here's the thing that's going to surprise you. When we recapture our destiny, what you think is the thing that needs to be preserved, not only will that be preserved, but there will be suddenly this like a picture being kind of screwed into focus by a lens. Suddenly all of these other details will come to the surface, just will kind of percolate up and become visible, and you'll say, oh my gosh, there's actually this thing that I thought was monolithic is actually has all of this variety. We will be preserving that. We will be encouraging that. So thank you very much. I'm going to go back and forth between your comments and these, and then I'm going to take calls. If you would like to talk to me on the phone, you got to go to my Skype. Message me. I'd like to talk. My name is this. Call me that. And I'd like to talk about this. Wouldn't mind hearing that as well. And then I call you. And if you don't make it on today, then we will have you in the future. So you can build up the nerve maybe today and then work back to that place the following week. Now, we had, I criticized, and rightly so, women being in charge. I criticized them on Jason Goes Political. On Tuesday, we were talking about the Meloni, Giorgia Meloni, I think is her name, in Italy. And then we connected that to Caroline Levitt in New Hampshire, unless I'm wrong, and how our populations around the world, just the general white population, is too effeminate. There are a lot of points that I didn't get to make, and when I talked about it on Jason Goes Political, just didn't have enough time, and when I talked about it on PWR, where some folks, not many, but you could tell there were folks there who were very, nervous about telling women, no, you don't get to be in charge anymore. I'm not nervous about that at all. Good women of the West in service to white well-being know that they have just as you have different instincts among the races, none are more better than any others. When you were evaluating them from like a cosmic perspective, right? There's no like scale in the cosmos that says, well, this instinct is better than that. We're talking here about biospiritual projection. Just as we have different biospirits, different projections, therefore different instincts, you also have different instincts, not as broad or as that or delineated as that from other groups of humanity. In my opinion, this is all my opinion, and you can see if it works in the world. But we nonetheless there's a cleavage between men and women. The focus, instinctual focus of women is a blessed, beautiful thing when it's aimed at our children. And I don't know what you might want to say, like 1 day to 7 years or 10 years. And then somewhere between maybe 7 and 13, a man's influence is more beneficial. I'm talking about a man of the West. I have too many of these people who will immediately say, well, what if he's a drunk? Well, not him, obviously. Well, what if he's a rapist? Well, not him, bitch. Well, what if he likes to molest them? Obviously, you are retarded, lady. So get out of my face. So you have to be intellectually honest here. I'm talking about a man of the West. If he's a good person, his influence becomes increasingly beneficial somewhere in that time frame, in my opinion. And as a consequence, women make terrible leaders. It's just a reality. They are wretched. If they were good leaders, we would see that in the world around us. If they were good fighters, we would see that in the world around us. They look at the world through a lens that is incomparable, that is perfect and pristine for our people when it's focused in the healthy places. But when that focus is applied to our people as a general, as a folk, it is unquestionably harmful in every imaginable way. And we have the sweeping evidence of this everywhere we look. The fact that there are males out there, white males, who feel comforted, and on PWR, I was very direct, and as I'm wont to be, and I said, these guys, the guys who support female leaders, are the kind who who want to wear like a leather mask on their face and have a female dominatrix, and that I stand by that. They are pathetic. They're cowards. And it is unmanly, it is cowardly, it is immoral and unethical to want a female leader, because the equivalent in your lived experience is to say a fight is breaking out somewhere and you're like, you grab Mary and you're like, Mary, do something about it. There's a fight breaking out. Mary, do something about it. Politics, warfare, these are physical fights. Physical fights. Any man that's going to grab a woman and say, there, you do it, take him out, Mary, is a fucking coward and a loser. So any man advocating female leadership is a loser. And you had some others who, at PWR, who tried to say that I was, or imply that I was somehow insulting Laura Towler. And I'd already spoken to that during my gambit. And that was that you have positions that are leader positions that are really, ministerial, administrative positions. And women can be glorious at that. Why? Because that is analogous to operating and controlling and handling the children. So they can do that wonderfully. They can be a great success doing that. And I'm very happy with women in those positions, should they hold them and should they have the desire to hold them. And so I believe that Laura is doing a great job in that type of leadership role. However, there were definitely people there who thought that Laura Towler would be a great fighter in a barroom fight, a pub fight, I guess I should say there. And those people want to get up the ass. They want to have a woman strap it on and bend them over and right up the ass. They're cowards. They're degenerates. They're disgusting. It speaks to a great illness in our people that we look to our daughters to be our fighters. Sick. It is sick. I can remember when they first started talking in the US about women in the military. And everybody was like, oh my God, women in the police force. Like the one who just had the suspect, put the suspect, for some reason, parked on the train track, put the suspect in the car. And then the cruiser gets hit by a train while the suspect is in the car. You can remember when the naval ship out on the east or the west coast was a psycho got on board and took a gun away from the guard and then shot, killed a couple of people. And then another guard came and they had a shootout and they both got shot and finally killed the suspect. And the way he was able to get on was he just overpowered the female guard, took her gun. You had the time at the White House. I mean, we could just go on and on. The White House, somebody just pushed their way in, overpowered a female. You see it all. So there were, when this was first introduced, females in police fighting, females in the military fighting. When that was first introduced, so many people were like, my God, this is ridiculous. And now they're fine. Now they're like, let them be our leaders of our revolutionary movement. Now, what that does is it causes this, as I talked about before, a false sense of security. And when you have a false sense of security, you do nothing. So we had some responses that I wanted to speak to. I'll do the two bad ones next. I'll do this first. So we got Catherine said, we can't reject every woman and still claim we respect all white women. The main worry about this woman, and that is Georgia Maloney, I think she's talking about, isn't that she's female, but that she pushed the green pass and vaccine mandates. Well, to that, I want to say, slight disagreement. No, the problem is that she's female. The problem is that she's a woman. If she were advocating for white well-being from this position, we would celebrate the spread of the lexicon of the Go Free method, of the concepts and the key concepts. That would be magnificent. I would cheer, I would laud her to the moon and back. But I would still not want her to be the leader. One of the things that I didn't get to talk about, and I'm going to mention now because it's very important, is that when you have a female leader, no matter how much she might bitch or stomp her foot or scream, you view her as a female and you seek to appease her or to make her proud in the same way that you would seek or make proud a good mother. The way that we make a mother proud today, or in this day and age, in the struggle that we're in, are not the virtues that we need right now. So the human animal, in a great many ways, is very predictable. And this is one of them. When we seek to make our fathers proud, or what we perceive would be a good father, because remember, our actual mothers and fathers might be immaterial in this sense. What we perceive to be a good father are the masculine things that are the virtues we need today. We do not need, in our world, we need them more than ever to push anti-whiteism back. We don't need, in fact, it is harmful, extremely harmful, to invoke in the white population the desire to satisfy and gratify with feminine virtues, which is what is invoked in us from a female leader. That doesn't take anything away from the argument, like, for example, that Mark was making, that the population today, in fact, that was the argument I was making, that the population today will be more comfortable with voting for a nationalist if it's a woman because they feel less threatened by it. Well, that's speaking totally to what I was saying. The population is sick. They would have a woman defend them in a barroom fight, and they want that they want that effeminate symbolism, and I guess it's, I don't want to say fight, but I guess you could say effeminate fight, because they're less scared of that, because they're children. So there's a big sickness with the population that we have to contend with, and that is remedied increasingly by them being in their own story where they can stand up for themselves, and they're put in their own story with the key concepts that we spread. So we need to work ever harder, because our population will never choose a masculine man like me under the circumstances, because they're in the anti-white narrative. They need to be put into our own story so that they can choose a masculine man like me, because otherwise they're going to choose Caroline Levitt up there in New Hampshire. And you see all of these crowds of white people showing up to celebrate a little cupcake, a little girl. That's what she is. She's got no hope to win the barroom fight that is politics. You really have to, when it comes to politics, you have to stop looking at it like it's cooking. I mean, it's like people look at politics like, well, it's just, she's not actually throwing punches. Anybody can read a recipe and carry out. And so a woman can be just as good as a man. No, politics is war. Politics is not baking, for Christ's sake. Who wins war? Men win war, not women. If women won war, then then civilizations would be started by females, but they're not. When civilizations are started, females are property. All right, Catherine finishes up with, we are being marched to our own deaths, and it doesn't matter much right now whether it's a man or woman doing the marching. I'm not quite sure what she means there. Maybe she could clear it up for me. But it does very much mean for the reasons I gave, who should be in charge. It should be a man. He should be masculine. He should be using the Go Free concepts. If it's a female using the Go Free concepts, that's fantastic because the concepts are getting spread. However, it's undermining our people because they want to appease the ideal mother out there. And what kind of virtues are those? And many other things that I've articulated. So, yes, it's also a problem that she supported the green pass and vaccine mandates, but that's after the fact that she's a woman. Somebody by the name of May decided to step up, and I'm guessing that May is a woman, and this Phoenix 2017 is a woman. You have women, and this is the problem that I have so many pagan guys just continually talk about. These women who come into the pagan, and I guess some people think the pagan is, I'm not using pagan as a derogatory, I'm just using it for these, I don't know, what do you want to call them? European-based, it's kind of a long name, European-based religions or quasi-religions or belief systems or whatever. You have these women come in, and they're really misandrists. They really want women to remain in charge. They like a woman being in charge of Italy. They want the woman to remain in charge of the house. You can see men shaking in fear on video live streams when I talk about how no woman can say what masculinity is, what a man is. No woman should be in charge. She should sit down and shut the hell up. You see them get scared. They're worried about what their missus is going to say. Ridiculous. But what happens is when you articulate this position that I'm sharing, some of these kind of women who haven't revealed yet that they're really misandristic, that they really hate men, they love being in charge, and they want that to continue. And regrettably, for a lot of the guys, I'll just say pagan right now, for the whole thing. They go there because they hear that, oh, there are goddesses and women can speak, or women are the ones who speak for the gods. And so they see the opportunity to be in charge, to continue being in charge, even though they want to put an end to the anti-white world to various degrees. You can out many of these women in a heartbeat by just saying, women are not designed for leadership. Sit down and shut up. You do that, and they'll come out of the woodwork and they'll say, oh no, you're crazy. No. So here's what May had to say. She complained immediately after this Jason Goes Political, and she wrote that people got sick of Andrew Anglin self-aggrandizing, calling himself a hugely endowed 200 IQ genius who should be dictator of America so he can kick women out of power and put them in hijabs. So they went to Nick Fuentes for better optics, but he ended up saying the exact same things. Well, that's really preposterous. Both of these, everyone knows both of these guys are midwits with good memories, and neither one of them has a penis. Let's continue. So people came to No White Guilt, where yet again, they hear the exact same things. All three say white women need to be, and this is her revealing her argument where she's upset. All three say white women need to be victimized and constantly brag about their intellect. Maybe this is why people feel more comfortable with right-wing women. So she's making a totally fallacious, self-serving argument on its face May, I'm obviously far more intelligent than you, because you just made the most pathetic argument ever, rife with emotions and a dearth of thinking, which is pretty normal for women. Not all, but most. And so, yeah, the Western civilization needs men in charge that don't allow women to be in charge. And if you got a problem with that, then you got a problem with the remedy to anti-whiteism. I am certainly not saying, I know that Nick Fuentes and the Anglin guy really hate women. I don't hate women. I've never hated women. I just know that there are different propensities in men and women. And I'm happy to put women in their place, just like I'm happy to put men in their place. And some women don't like to be put in their place because they want to be in charge. It's not going to happen anymore. And if you call that not being able to be in charge victimization, then you got a lot of healing to do. You got a lot of growing to do. And your claim that people feel more comfortable with right-wing women because 3 on the scale of planet Earth and Western civilization, 3 absolute people who are not known whatsoever have said women shouldn't be in power is ludicrous and clearly an emotion, not a thought. Get back to us when you decide to do some thinking. Phoenix decided to take a step further. I would prefer a male PM of Italy. But you don't have to be such a psycho about it. Wow, you are a jackass. The Miss Andress screeches. Also, Meloni is not a Zionist. She said positive things about Israel and Jews, but all politicians in the world have to do that. Okay, excuses for the politicians still. The exact thing we don't need any more of. The fact that you don't understand this, that everybody has to betray the white race if they're going to be in politics. You see, this is why females shouldn't be in charge. You're not understanding that. You're not understanding that thing, that you are appeasing a very masculine anti-whiteism by saying, oh no, you've got to give them what they want so that we can be allowed to persist. That's called throwing yourself on your back and your legs wide open when the conquerors come into your village. You get it? This is why women can't be in charge. Do you understand? Do you understand now? Silly bitch. The fact that you don't understand this shows that you are a goddamned retard. I will never again believe that you are intelligent. You are effing stupid. That's the way you talk to your kids. Stop talking to me like that. I mean, you might talk to your children like that, but you're not allowed to talk to me like that. All right, we're going to keep reading. We're going to take calls in a moment, but let me see what you all are saying. We have one here from Maiden DE. That she comes in with some info I was asking for, and I appreciate, about the translation. Ambriel says, I want Jason to do 8-hour live streams. Well, I appreciate that. I wish I had the time. Got other things to do for white well-being. Testosterone says 100% truth on the female issue. 100% facts. Or Franklin saying to Biscape, or a shirt that says, what would no white guilt do? I love that. That's cool. Testosterone says based. Elaine says, but what about Mommy Milkin? Mama Maloney? Yeah, that's talk about the evidence of dicklessness. There are outward displays, there are outward symptoms of micropenis. And it's things like adopting females to be in charge and saying things like Mommy Malkin. And you know Mama Maloney is coming if it hasn't already. I'm so inspired by the brothers of Italy and their endorsement of a lady in the barroom brawl. Testosterone saying that all of those kind of guys are simps and pathetic. Female simping. He says, this is why I watch your program, 100% rational analysis. Yes, exactly. Testosterone says, I don't see much rational analysis in the alt-right space. No, you don't. Yeah, we have more women in service to white well-being than in any other circle in the white sympathetic sphere. Because these are the best. These are women of the West. They are the best. You don't see that anywhere else. They come here because I, as this thought leader, content creator, am a masculine man of the West. And under my tutelage of and the mold of my tutelage of men of the West, women like them have always been able to flourish and do magnificent things that our women couldn't come anywhere close to doing today. And so the best are drawn here. And also the most are drawn here because of that. They can sense it. They can sense they have room to grow, and that in such an environment, in such a matrix, they can grow and they can be in tune with what is emanating from their innermost being. They don't get that elsewhere. A lot of women, especially in today's anti-white world, they're told that they're supposed to be in charge, and it never feels right. And they always get up. And then they always want to blame everybody else. Look at the vice president today. I mean, it's just one thing after another. And then, somebody tried to put me on the spot with one of those super low IQ hypotheticals. It's either this or that, Jason. I've just invented in my mind, and you have to pick one or the other. And then they think that that's going to make my point. And the question was, would you rather have Maloney or Biden? And I said Biden, to show that person that I wasn't going to play that game. I'd much rather have a male leader. I mean, give me a break. All right, let's continue. Let's continue reading this so we can get to some calls. White Calling says they love Jason's BDE. It's big PE, big Promethean energy. That's what we have going on here. Mama Maloney. Jerome wrote it too. Mama Maloney. Save us, Mama Maloney. How sad. All right. We have here, Maiden DE said, I think I found the correct speech. Maloney's wording. It is human being, not mankind or humanity. So if you remember, I was saying I watched a speech by Maloney where the translation was human, that she was doing this for humans. We are humans. It sounded to me like Alex Jones. And I wondered, of course, that's not going to do anything for Western kind. That's not going to do anything for white people. We're humans. That means everyone. It's humans against consumerism for Maloney. And she goes on to say here, so she went and translated it and as human being. So same thing. We're human beings. Could you imagine? That's what Crazy Jones has said. Was just watching some more of her, and she's complaining about France mining uranium in Africa to prove their nuclear to power their nuclear reactors, while Africans don't have power. Of course they don't. Why would they? Then falsely links that to immigration. She wrote that parenthetically. She's pure emotional. She writes virtue signaling. I would say villainy signaling. So yeah, that's what Maloney is. Pure emotional villainy signaling. And go figure, a female using emotions for thought. What a surprise. Unmapped Insight says we need little girls to understand that they are future mothers of Western kind, for that to be their overriding dream, to one day wed their life mate and raise a loving family, not to aspire to becoming a high-profile woman separate to their home in positions of immense power. Precisely. You know, and we understand here in Service to White Well-Being that people will fall short of the ideal. So we establish an ideal because we can do so in the laboratory of the mind, and we can use reason and logic and then evidence from the field to inform that creation. And then we have to allow that matrix to work in the real world, which means there aren't going to always be perfect ones and zeros. So we teach our little girls that the best thing a little girl can grow up to be in the universe is a mother who gives birth to the greatest men that have ever trod planet Earth, in our opinion. And of course, other races are going to have the same opinions about their people, and that's the way it should be. Sort of like fans of sports teams. However, having said that, you have room for them to not meet that ideal. And in some cases, that might mean that she goes on to discover something that will benefit the treatment of a disease. And that is every bit as wonderful, of course. So we establish ideals, and then we understand that we're all going to fall short to various degrees. Fortigan says, well, I'm not going to lie. For a couple of hours, I got swept up and allowed myself hope that Maloney's victory just might be a new beginning, a prelude, perhaps to Western kind strapping up its boots and marching again. But then I scratched a little below the surface. I read a little, and I was back in the room once more. Thank you, Jason, for your forthright speaking. Yeah, do you notice and you're most welcome, and thank you for sharing that. Do you notice how walking the line of what is analytical and truthful and resisting these pushes to favor maybe this particular powerful circle or that particular powerful circle or monetary influences or all of these different things, you see how that is difficult, and a position that can be held on that tightrope, maybe, if you will, can be similar to another position that is degenerate. So May was pointing out Fuentes hates and Anglin hates women. And so they don't want women in charge. Jason doesn't want women in charge, i.e. they're the same. Do you see how that's a fallacy? It's completely different. The motivations for those two are complete. You've heard them talk ad nauseum. You have juvenile emotions motivating intellectual takes, targeting females. And who knows why they hate women? You can speculate. But with me, you see cold analysis of reality. Johnny Johnson writes, essential message for our survival, 1 hour, 32 minutes, 32 seconds. Quote, you have got to be white positive 100%, close quote. Examples of white negative, writes Johnny, focus is on one entire group or race of people as the culprit to anti-whiteism. Examples of white positive, Focus is on each individual that is anti-white, regardless of their group or race. White people, white positive makes us the victim and them the villains. White negative will make you look like the villain and the victimizer. Very well written, Johnny. Thank you for that. Odin Sire says, Jason hits the nail right on the head every day. You damn right, brother. And thank you for that. Takes a smart man to see that, and one who's not jealous to say it. You know, that was the other thing I was thinking about the other day, was that the guys who come here are proving that they're not jealous of these successes. So that means a couple of things. The first thing it means, the guys who come to White Wellbeing, is that they've got things in their lives that they absolutely kick ass at and they can feel confident about, so they don't have to feel jealous about victories that another guy is having, right? If you're a guy out there in the world and you suck at everything, then yeah, you're going to be jealous of other people's successes and you're going to lie about them. But when you are awesome in your own right, then another guy's successes doesn't make you feel valueless. So that's one thing that guys prove by coming to White Wellbeing. Another thing they prove is that they will put the well-being of our people ahead of themselves. So that means they give up errors and they work for what's right. They're willing to grow. They want to contribute to something that's working. All of that, extremely important, is a demonstration of good character. So the men who come here and stay here are the best in the white sympathetic sphere, demonstrably so. Victorian Time Traveler says, common throughout fiction and mythology. This is really interesting, folks. Check this out. Common throughout fiction and mythology is the idea that if you have the true name of something, it gives you power over it. You can only defeat a demon if you possess its true name, or if a demon tricks you into giving it your name. It gains power on or over you. The most well-known example I can think of is the story of Rumpelstiltskin, where he has to give back the firstborn son after his father guesses his name. The reason everyone but us fails to combat anti-whiteism is because they do not possess its true names. Anti-white and anti-whiteism. Tell me that's not just like scintillatingly brilliantly put by Victorian Time Traveler. The reason everyone but us fails to combat anti-whiteism is because they do not possess its true names, anti-white and anti-whiteism. When you confront an anti-white and leave them angry and speechless, completely at a loss for what to do, it is exactly like a hero in fiction banishing the demon possessing his sister. When I argue with people online and use the 5 key concepts, I expect them to argue. I expect them to retort, but they almost never do. They just give up. In person, people are more polite. I'm more polite, but it never starts fights. No one ever threatens to, or actually does, call the police. I thought of this because I was thinking of the story, The Dunwich Horror. The cornerstone of Lovecraft's fiction is describing irascible entities that we don't have the language to describe. That is really brilliantly put, brother. And thank you for sharing that with us. It is just like the ancient tales. You have to know the demons, the monster's real name to be able to defeat it. We have the real name. You have to know the real names of the concepts in order to defeat them. I love it. I actually love that. You have to know the real names of the concepts in order to defeat them. If you're busy referring to whiteness, you're never going to defeat the anti-whites because that's not its real name. Man, this is thank you. That's powerful. Let's see. LC says here, You are based as hell. Keep up the good work, bro. Well, thank you for that. I'm so based. I'm so based that other bases are built atop me. I'm so based. I thought of one that was kind of lewd. I'm not going to say. I'm so based that sometimes they refer to me to legitimize stories told in film. That's how based I am, LC. You are based as hell, he says. Bulldog Boris, I love it, says, never forget that diamonds are created under extreme pressure. I love this. I don't know if Bulldog heard before in the past where I've talked about us being like the carbon pressed into diamonds. But he says here, never forget that diamonds are created under extreme pressure. Anti-whiteism may crush maybe most of our people, but a diamond class will remain, and a new, stronger people shall emerge. He tacks on, this is evolution. Bulldog, that's beautiful. I didn't put it that good. That is powerful. A diamond class will emerge, or a diamond class will remain. And that's exactly what's happening, brother. A diamond class. We are that diamond class. God bless you for that. All right, real quick, let me take a look over here and see if we missed anybody on Odyssey. We did. We had a 3 library token gift over on Odyssey from Westy is Bestie. That's a cool name. It says, no white guilt. Inheritance Radio, an amazing white positive channel on Odyssey and BitChute, recently made a video on the word soul and how it associated with non-white races and excludes Western kind from it. He is definitely going free and would love to bring more attention to them. Well, you just did. And thank you for that library token gift. And I'll have to check it out, see what they're saying over there. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the anti-whites have done that quite a bit with the word soul. They've used it particularly to say that it's something that black people have that whites don't. So it's just another way to victimize whites. It's a way to say that we're missing something rather than benefiting black people. You don't have to, if you want to say that a people is good at something, or that they have some inherent quality that's good, you don't compare it to someone else to say that it's absent elsewhere, unless you mean to victimize that particular group of people. So it's clearly to victimize us rather than to benefit them. And you see so much of anti-whiteism that supposedly on its surface it's benefiting black people or other non-whites. They never benefited from it. In fact, if anything, they're harmed. So clearly it wasn't designed a forethought to benefit them. And there are black people, like, was it Bro Servative? And there are a lot of black people who recognize this and they try to speak out about it, to the best of their ability with how many people they can reach. I'm sure YouTube and elsewhere, they shut them down as well. But they try to speak out and say, no, look, this is just for hurting white folk. This isn't for benefiting us. And more power to them. All right. We're going to place a call right now. And I think it's to Mr. V. Okay. I think it's Mr. V. So Mr. V, get ready. And we will be phoning you in one moment. And then we'll phone Mama Maloney. And we'll see what she has to say. Wouldn't that be something? Just ring her up on what time is it in Italy right now? Too early for her? Let's see. Miss Rosamond says, did you hear Nick Griffin's take on Putin's speech while on Political Cesspool last night? I didn't. Can you share it? in this live chat, or if you're able to get over onto entropy in the question widget over there, because it won't scroll anywhere, but you might be able to put more words at a time. But I'll know if you're writing out what his response was or what his view of it was, and the word suddenly ends, that your message is not done, that you have another one coming. So yeah, I'm interested in what he said. Promethean Promulgation just won. He said, "You're so based, you tipped the pH scale." Absolutely. Thank you for that. All right. I saw somebody talking about Laura Loomer. Yeah, that's another one. Could you imagine your America First movement? How about all the people who gave giant sums of money and who still give money, giant sums to an America First endeavor that is in full support of a Mommy Malkin and a Mommy Loomer? Or what is mommy in Hebrew? I mean, she's a very proud Jewish woman. Jared Taylor loves her. I had people writing me who felt, some of them you know, some of them you don't know behind the scenes, who were just, they felt so bad for me that she's a speaker and that I've never been. I'm so based. Laura Loomer. All right. We're going to place a call to our champion par excellence, Mr. V. Here he comes.
Hello.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. How's it going?
Uh-oh. We have maybe a bad connection. Can you hear that? The gravelly voice that you've inherited?
Give me 1 moment, brother.
Okay. We'll hang out, folks, while Mr. V takes a look to see if it's on his end. It could be on mine. This is how tech works. So we'll reach out again if we have to. Go ahead.
What about now, brother?
Oh, perfect. Yep, fixed it.
It's good? Okay, yeah. Sometimes I just have to unplug and plug my my mic back in.
Cool.
How are you, sir?
I'm elated. This is another fantastic gathering, and we continue to grow and gain speed while there seems to be this entropy, but not our platform entropy, our friend's platform here, but there seems to be entropy all over the white sympathetic sphere. And really this sort of like I'll just, like, it's an entropy, but there's like this spreading surrender to establishment politics again. And but that's not happening here. So I'm very happy about that.
Oh, yeah, not here. We're going to hold them accountable. We're going to follow in the steps of Clips the Barbarian.
Yes.
And we're definitely going to hold them accountable. One thing, brother, if I may give a thanks to some folks in the community.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, so recently an artist in the community ran into some issues, and here are some of the people that helped him. Of course, I'm not going to reveal any details. I just want to thank these particular champions.
Yeah, cool.
And they know who they helped. So Azimuth Clark, big thanks to you. Murmurs, a fellow from my GFC, who I believe goes by a different name in the chat. So I think you know him. I think you've interacted with him.
Okay.
Murmurs and his friend, big thanks to them. Baldur and his friend. And as soon as Baldur heard that this person needed help, he messaged me immediately. So these are all champions, and I can't thank them enough because they stepped in to help a brother in need. Nice. And that's massive. So big thanks to them.
Yeah, let's get a round of raucous emojis and 07s for those heroes. God bless you all. Thank you all for stepping up when there was a need to do so. That's the kind of classy people we have here in service to white well-being. And thank you, Mr. V, for naming them.
Yeah, we got to look out for our veterans. That's for sure. You know, this has to be a community, and that means people look out for each other. Big thanks to Nate too and Patrick, because they also helped out immensely. So big thanks to them as well. Big thanks to anyone that might have helped and I missed. My apologies if I missed you. Next, so we did the masculine and feminine style skill development event for the first time, brother, and I think it went quite well. I think folks are interested. And if you don't mind, I would run by you a couple of the things that we learned.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. So it was a lecture called Pretty Lies About Your Appearance by a fellow called Tanner Guzzi.
Okay.
And he's a masculine style coach. But, you know, he's not like these other guys. He's not pushing any effeminacy. He focuses on masculinity and men expressing masculine virtues. And his main way of running his business is teaching people style as a skill set. So I'm going to run through some lies about style that he laid out. So these are lies, and then he goes and debunks them. And I'm going to read them out, and you stop me if you disagree with any of them.
Okay.
All right. So first lie: you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. All right. That's you shouldn't judge a book only by its cover, but you are bound to do so. You are bound to judge. Your brain just would have too much to process if you went in and you assessed every individual as some kind of a blank slate.
Right.
Second lie: real men don't care how they look. This is a lie that you see all the time.
Yeah.
You see guys who don't want to invest in learning about style and who don't want to express themselves, and some who are afraid or they want to be lazy. But real men absolutely care how they look, especially the warrior class. You look at the warrior class, they've always cared how they look. Look how much time and effort and detail they put into it.
Yeah. I agree.
Third, confidence is all that matters. That's another lie. You need more than confidence. He boils it down to 3 key areas that you need to have successful style, and style kind of lives in the harmonization of those 3, and that is context. So where you are, the situation, weather, what group you're hanging out with, etc. Confidence and competence. So you do need to know what you're doing. You got to have some competence in this area.
Yes.
Fourth lie: good style is formal, bad style is casual. Huge lie. Too many people think that good style means you put on a suit.
Right.
Well, what if the fit is bad? What if the quality of the materials is bad? What if it doesn't match your colors?
Yep.
What if it's the wrong context, et cetera, et cetera? And casual style is not bad style. You can pull off casual style extremely well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Fifth lie: good style is timeless. And he says that is incorrect. It's cyclical and contextual. And I do agree with that. And that's interesting because that one we spent some time kind of going over and naming our disagreements, etc. So we had some interesting discussion after the lecture. Sixth lie: function is all that matters. Now, guys get trapped in the idea of, all right, I got my clothes, they're functional, I got X many pockets, they're comfortable, etc., etc. I'm good. That's all I need. And that's not true. Aesthetics absolutely matter. And it is not effeminate for you to care about aesthetics. That's ridiculous.
Right.
Seventh lie: good style has to draw attention. Now, good style might draw attention, but it doesn't necessarily need to. You don't need to look like a peacock to be dressed properly. Some guys make that mistake too.
Yeah. 100%.
And the eighth lie: attracting women is the main reason to dress well. Now, brother, what are your thoughts on that one?
Well, that's if you are focused, if you're a guy and your objective is to attract women, that's what you're doing. You're putting yourself into a subordinate role. You're looking to them to make the decision of validation of whether or not you are relevant or quality or what have you. You live your life as an epic man of the West, and you will attract women. That's how it works. You're seeking, this is the thing, Mr. V, a true man of the West, a masculine guy, is seeking to satisfy something bigger, a bigger objective, a bigger goal. In this case, obviously, it's always going to be for the man. It's inescapable. The well-being of the people. It is sewn into the fabric of our being. This is the reason why men can have tears spring to their eyes when hearing stories of acts of men striving for glory. And that alone. No, not the same as women at all. And you imagine the enormous difference there in those kind of tears, what women are normally shedding tears for. And so when you are in pursuit of that, women then are in a proper position to find you attractive in a subordinate position, because you have the superior position of defending the totality. The women have the subordinate position of the focus on the family. So yours is a broader focus. Now, it doesn't exclude the family you're raising, but yours is a broader focus. Your protection and focus on your family, what you create, or even family of origin, as you become a man, that is a part of the focus on the totality. And the same thing with the focus on the totality, the protection of the totality is not divorced from your pursuit for your work or your career, professional career, whatever it might be. They don't, if they're in harmony, you're leading a successful life. If they're at odds, then you're setting yourself up for hardship. So when you are in pursuit of this, women are in a proper position to find you attractive. When you are dressing and acting and behaving in a way to please a woman or women, you have now made them your superior. And that is not a proper place for a woman to be, because now you're waiting, you're like a dancing monkey in front of them, and you're just trying to get their attention, and then have them say, yes, okay. And that's what we saw. Where was this? Where were we watching? It'll come back to me. I'd like to share this anecdote, but that's when they are in control. And psychologically, it is a very weak place for, and what in that case is really a male to be in. So that's my thought on that, brother.
Thank you for that. I knew you would have a good answer, brother. I knew you would have the masculine perspective. So thank you for that. Absolutely. And he goes into it, the main reason to dress well is to express who you are and express your tribe, and that's the most important thing. Express who you are and express your people and masculine virtues. Another thing I would like to ask you about, brother, what do you think about guys who allow their girlfriend or their wife to basically dress them?
They've ceded control over themselves to the woman or women in their lives. Sometimes it's their daughters as well. And guys, one of the things that you absolutely have to do to be a man of the West, to be in the position of being in charge, and to have a woman in your life who wants you, who and I don't mean just wants you because she loves you and she's built up time with you. It's that too, but it's also that she wants you sexually. She wants you in toto, the way that she did in the beginning. Is you have to remain an entity in many ways, an entity apart, so that you are impressive to her. You want her in your life because you love her, but you don't need her to take care of you. Picking out your clothing is her taking care of you. Now, that doesn't mean that a woman can't provide some tips or insight, especially if she's very knowledgeable about fashion. She's really good with fashion. When a man is in charge, that doesn't mean he's running, roughshod over anything that the woman in his life could be saying. He heeds what she has to say, especially if it is an area in which she is talented or has some expertise or educated or whatever it might be. And then he makes a decision for the couple. So that's how it's supposed to work. If she's really good at dressing, she knows really what looks good on a man. And then she says, in my opinion, this tie would look really great with this shirt. He doesn't just say, okay, I accept it, I'll buy that shirt and tie. He evaluates. Okay, I'm taking this suggestion from somebody who's knowledgeable. Does it to me make sense? Does it to me actually look good? And then in some cases, the proper thing to do is to let her know that you're in charge. You just say, no, I'm going to move on to something else. To send that signal that, no, I'm still in charge. You're not dressing me. I appreciate the tip, though. It does look good. I don't think so. I don't think it's for me. Move on to something else. But you don't want to be in a scenario where your wife or girlfriend is dressing you. Take the time, even if you are blue collar, manual laborer. I've done that. I'll probably end up doing that again. Take the time to learn what looks good on you. And you can, by the way, you can look good. This is what Mr. V was just saying a few moments ago, talking about formal style and casual style. Just ask Ladybug how magnificent my style was in jeans and plaid just the other day. So you don't have to be in a suit to be looking good and projecting that message that you are a man of the West with both your attire and the way you carry yourself and talk. But that's my thought on that, brother.
I'm really happy that you got to the core of it, brother. Maintaining that proper place for men and for women so that you're not killing the desire, right? Having a woman dress you is like, imagine if she left the bathroom door open. It's kind of like that. Yeah. That's gonna kill anything that might happen later on,
Right. Yes.
So it's the same thing. And who do women dress? Well, they dress little boys.
Yeah.
Right. So, gentlemen, this is your responsibility. And once you learn about it, and once you understand that you've been infected with these kind of anti-style MPs, right? Because the idea that real men don't care how they look is a ridiculous anti-masculine meme pathogen.
Yeah.
It really is. So this is your responsibility. Once you learn it, once you take charge of it, you will be super happy and you will express more of who you are as a Westman. And that will create even more biospiritual harmony. And that's really what we're after. Next thing, Prometheus Rising, brother, we're at the part where, and spoiler alert, if you have not read Prometheus Rising, mute for a moment, go and buy it. But we're at the part where King Layson has found Prometheus. The last of the Argonautum are dead, and he has just found Prometheus. And awesome. Yeah, brother, it's been a hell of a ride. We had a fascinating discussion today during book club, and it's just amazing. You get so much value out of reading Prometheus Rising. People have got to read these books. Yeah. It's the main difference that separates people who understand what we're doing and people who don't understand what we're doing, and people who are seeing extremely positive benefits and people who aren't seeing much. You have to read these books.
I really appreciate you saying that. It really is actually quite true. There's a big difference between those who really grow quickly and who grow deeply and powerfully, and those who are just sort of slinking along. And when you get right down to a conversation with them, they haven't dug into these books. They haven't thought about these things, and as a consequence, with their superficial approach, they have a superficial result. So yeah, that is a particularly powerful scene for our people and very meaningful on several layers. So I'm really excited to hear that you all are going through that and at that point and getting as much out of it as you can. And I hope that others who are hearing this will become a part, join themselves to a GFC and dig into these texts and talk about it with others, because you can have a heck of a discussion. I know, because I've had, when I wrote Prometheus Rising, I had many long discussions about all of these scenes and all of the meaning that was being sewn into them and what would empower people. My objective, and this is what Mr. V is speaking right to just then, my objective when I've worked on these things is not for you to come away and say, well, it's really neat, Jason had a great take on that. I don't care about that at all. I want you to read this and be empowered by it. I want you to read this and come away with knowledge that you can pass on to people around you, including your children, that empowers them, so that we can talk. Going back to earlier in this gathering, I was talking about how we've been harmed by anti-whiteism. We didn't get the things we deserved in life for our talent, our work, our effort, our dues we paid, etc. We didn't get it. I know I didn't get it. And so I want to, metaphorically, punch anti-whiteism right in the mouth. And the best way to punch them right in the mouth is to make every single white person white positive, an actor for white well-being, and empowered in a way that they just trample every anti-white in their path. That's what I feel good about when it comes to getting back at the anti-whites for what they did to me, both to my people and to me personally. So thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it.
Well, brother, your books deserve so much credit. And, I was talking to Axis Mundi about this, and he really loves classical Greece. And basically, we agreed that if Homer is legitimate and considered part of Western canon, then so is Kuna. I hate this idea that the Western canon is dead. The Western canon is whatever we decide is worth it being. And Prometheus Rising is an amazing addition to the Western canon.
Wow, I really appreciate you. Thank you both very much for that. Thank you.
Well, brother, the vettings are continuing. Vetting team, best shape it's been in. Folks, you can look in the description below. Sign up for a GFC. If there isn't a GFC close to you, you just sign up for the GFC that is closest. So that's no problem. And then once we get a GFC in that state, in that country, whatever it might be, then we'll just transfer you over. But I will leave it there, brother, because I don't want to take too much time. One final thing, I will give you a saying of Coach Nate.
Okay, what's that?
And since you were talking about the women, ladies, listen up. This one's for you. So thus spake Coach Nate. No hymen, no idolin.
Yes.
And I'll leave you with that, brother. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
All right, brother. Thank you. God listening. Bless you. Promethean hails.
Take care, brother. Promethean hails.
Bye-bye. Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic. All right. Well, folks, if you want to talk, we'll have to get together on the phone next time. So make sure you reach out to me on my Skype. If you don't know what it is, ask the moderators in the live chat, and they will help you They'll help you get to my Skype so that I can end up giving you a call during one of these conversations. We have just a few minutes left. I'm not going to rush out of here since we're already over, but we do have to sign out, bring the gathering to an end before we get beyond that point that makes it infinitely difficult to prepare the show post-show. So I will take a look here. White Wellbeing Advocate saying Mr. V is awesome over there on Odyssey. I absolutely agree that Mr. V is awesome. This guy, we really something special, Mr. V. And everybody who's being drawn to that and working together, get involved. You don't be shy. You're not going to get, this is not an environment where the feds are going to be after you. You don't got to worry about that sort of thing. By the time the feds come after people, just folks, out there who care about white well-being, who are implementing the Go Free method in their lives, by the time they come after those people, they're rounding up every single MAGA person. What is the other group that I wanted to? Oh, maybe their name will come back to me. Just as effete, as immaterial as a conservative or nationalist or anybody getting in the way, like Tea Party activists, anybody getting in the way of anti-whiteism, they'll be rounding them up. So you got nothing to fear here. You get involved and you will improve your life. You will improve yourself. You will be able to be more effective in the world around you. When it comes to everything, you'll be able to understand everything better. You start to get your some vocabulary you can use in your world, some tips on dress, some tips on how to be a man, and many things will start improving in your life. Many things will start getting better. When it comes to dress, I want to say, the one thing you don't want to do, you should care about the way you look. This idea, it is a meme pathogen that men shouldn't care about the way they look. What men shouldn't do is they shouldn't be a fop. And we've all probably met one of those. You don't want to be one of these guys that spend like endless hours worrying about your fashion and your hair and all of this. And nowadays, even the guys wearing makeup, you don't want to be like that. You give attention to the way you look. It doesn't take long. Attention to the way you look so that there is intention and you will look sharp. You go beyond that and you look like something's wrong with you. Something's really wrong. So it looks like we have all of our questions. We're caught up everywhere. I'll take a look at the YouTube chat. Don't forget. Absolutely don't forget. And I was totally honest last Monday. I said this in ForNull's live chat. Never in my life have I ever looked forward to a Monday. Never. Mondays always meant school. Mondays always meant work, right? Mondays were always things I just had to start back up to do again, that if I had my druthers, it would have been something else. But now, with Dragon Mondays are for the dragons. We have our two dragon lords. We have Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier with Discordant Dragons, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we have the other dragon lord, ForNull, with Dragon Synth Adventures at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Both the shows have their very own unique characters. Both are very fun. Both are entertaining. Both of them you can watch and listen to and participate in while doing other things. They don't require like 100% of your attention. You can have them going on the flat screen TV on the wall, and you can be doing other things in the room, and you can be catching material the entire time. I like to work while I have those shows on, jumping in back and forth, listening to what's being talked about, participating with what's being talked about. They are a fantastic time. It's a great way to go from where we are now in a going free gathering and ginning up the excitement, the joy with the successes we're having, being able to take that into Monday, and then knowing that, yeah, we got to go to work, we got to get out in traffic. All of that is wretched. But nonetheless, when it comes to, depending on where you are in the globe, the end of the day or midday for you, whatever it might be, the morning for you, whatever it might be, you can jump into these live chats and you can participate on these shows, have a bit of fun, hear the lexicon being used in regular speech and regular conversation, people talking about things going on in their lives, politics, or you'll find you have these very interesting political subjects on Discordant Dragons where they're using the lexicon. And then you get into Dragon Synth Adventures and people talking about things that happened in their lives from the past using the lexicon. This is a thing. This is how, like, you look at like the but it's not top down, it's bottom up. And that's why it takes effort, because we don't have money. So when it's top down, like they wanted to create, financiers wanted to make money, and so they created skater culture. And they gave all of these words to be put to set the people apart. And they provided them with entertainment. They provided them with, that's what we're doing. But we have to give effort because we don't have the money to make it a top-down thing. And it's also, of course, the thing that we are advocating for is something real, not something frivolous. And that should motivate us all the more. It's something that, but at the same time, it's something that is objectionable to the anti-whites who dominate society. And so there is that bit of fear associated with it. A little bit of trepidation that isn't present when you say you're going to participate with Tony Hawk or whatever he's just produced in the skating world, or the surfer culture, whatever it might be. These are all examples of these subcultures created artificially, top down. Can you imagine the power that the Go Free community would wield if we were half the size of the skater subculture, half the size of the surfer subculture? It would just be unthinkable. So with that sort of reach, with that sort of people, if we had, not 140 or 150 coming here for a gathering, but 10,000 at a live gathering, 5,000, 15,000 at Discordant Dragons and Dragon Synth Adventures. People just showing up to chat and then to work together to start their own things. That it would then populate by the volition of its participants. We're going to have to do that as the diamond class. We're going to have to do that with more of our time, more of our effort, more of our intelligence, because it's just simply not going to happen any other way. So let me see if there's anything I can speak to, if anybody has tagged me. I think Caleb said that, as I saw, you went by really quickly. I think it was Caleb said, Jason has great style. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you all that. Well, this Naderific. And he wrote, the great Naderific is with us, folks. He said, consider joining the outreach team. Email in the description. The email is in the description. Please consider joining the outreach team. We need the teams to continue to grow because their effectiveness is just, it's Herculean. It is magnificent. It is atomic. This is why we're seeing, a big part of why we're seeing anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, Western kind showing up all over. It's incremental work. It's just the exact same way the anti-whites were able to dominate and defeat us. Let's see. Steve says, does anyone ask how you're doing and how your day was? You mean just like as I'm out and about? Or here? I mean, you're allowed to. Mr. V just did. And my day is awesome. And I'm magnificent. Thank you for asking. I'm totally magnificent in all ways, inside and out, because I am in service to the spirit of the West as we're getting closer here to the end. Everyone, Steve says, I mean, everyone asks for themselves. Kind of selfish. You mean they want to talk about themselves? And how they're... I want to hear, if that's what you mean. I want to hear how everybody's doing and how everybody's doing, improving day by day with the Go Free method. We're all going to have setbacks. And that was the important part about where I was reading about the movement of redemption. We understand that folks are going to stumble because we're human beings. But as long as they keep getting up and heading in the right direction, that's all you can ask of a person. It's when they, like in this world, and this is the kind of thing, regrettably, that, you know, a woman would, as a woman as leader, and this is the problem, they would accept that you had a good goal, even though you keep things up. No, thinking the right thing is not enough, especially now. You've got to be moving in the right direction. You got to recognize when you're wrong, and you got to correct course every opportunity that is presented to you. That's how you're going to know that you are a part of the diamond class that is coming out of this carbon race that we have become. Just this dull gray dust is all we have become as a consequence of many things, not the least of which, of course, is anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism that started among ourselves, trying to put one ethnicity above the other, one region above the other. That was foolish, and we should never allow that to happen again. It creates a great fissures, great weaknesses in Western kind that disease enters into. And we went from being our ancestors, which we hardly can claim as our own when we look back now. We can hardly look and see at their accomplishments and who and what they were and think that there's a connection there. But there is. It's inside of you. It's been dulled. It's been dulled to the point that we've become this dull, monotone, gray mass of graphite. And now, fortunately, we are under the pressure of anti-whiteism. And the great pressure, as Bulldog was pointing out, I saw Biospirit of the West put up diamond class with diamond rings. I love it. Now, because of this great pressure, there will come a new diamond class, a diamond people. And it's going to be from our ranks. We're already demonstrating that. We're already under the fire of that pressure, becoming these scintillating gems, each of us, reaching into ourselves, into our past, into our future, by cleansing ourselves of the anti-white narrative and these meme pathogens that we've been poisoned with. The more we work with folks, great folks like Mr. V, White Wellbeing Advocate, and Anglo-America, and many others, the more we work and the harder we work, the more we will shine. And eventually, the day will come when the facets of our beauty, when the facets and the shine and that scintillation of our beauty and our wrath will be uncontestable. I love you all. Let's go free.